Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Hey everyone, Beatdown Boulevard here with our latest recap, where I'm going to tell you about some key matches from NACL Week 5. Winthrop's slump was clearly preparation for a massive takeoff, because they are flying higher than ever before, starting their 2-0 week by beating our league's most experienced roster. And it was Denethor leading the formation with a phenomenal Jace game. His double MVP week and Winthrop's performance put them in a great position for playoff contention. We gotta give props to AMI. They stuck to their strength and more unique picks and have finally gotten their first win in Spring Split, taking that critical first step to avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. However, they haven't dug themselves out of that hole just yet, and in the process, they may have buried Blue Otter's playoff dreams because it's looking like they are turning to dust. We had a rough start for Dorado Gaming, but with Hub and their rookie support Redemption, who were on fire, they were able to quickly bounce back, giving us an exciting end to a fun 3-game series. Not only do they increase their chances of staying in the league, but a team we never expected to make waves has improved enough to join the playoffs conversation. Thank you so much for watching our latest recap from our friends over at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on twitter.com/watchnacl and tune into the action at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Hola, bienvenidos, y'all. Welcome to another day of the NACL spring season here in 2026. We're coming up on the end of week 6, which means we are getting closer and closer to the end of our regular season and one step closer to playoffs. My name is Marco Rafael Alexander Arambide. I am joined by Mr. Ben Hawks, which one of the things, whenever we get together, we get bangers on our hand. And that's why together, when you put Rafa and Hawk on the show, you're going to have a rockin' good time. So before we get further into the show, want to make a quick announcement for any teams who are watching these regular season games and saying, you know what, I can compete with those guys. I can beat those guys. Well, put your money where your mouth is and sign up for the OQ registrations using that QR code on the screen, where our open qualifiers are currently running from April 24th to May 10th, or at least the application will be open. And then the OQs will start on May 16th, which will be right after the end of our regular season here in NACL.
Yeah, if you think that you can run with the best of the best and try and beat a couple of these teams, well, you should definitely sign up. I always love the OQs, Mark. That's where I come from. That is my OG stomping ground, if you will, in the space. So be sure, sign up for OQs. If you think that some of these teams ain't got nothing on you, then put your money where your mouth is. Play in the OQ.
Exactly. That's right. And before we get further into the show, we have a couple matches heading our way. If I'm not mistaken, we should be getting a chance to sit down with one of the coaches for our first match of the day between Apex Mission Impossible and Maryville University. But it looks like we're chilling on that for a couple more seconds, Hawk. So just talk to me about some of your biggest surprises about yesterday's matches, where we had CCG versus Citadel, and oh my goodness, was it Winthrop versus Dorado?
Which is a big match. And yeah, Winthrop coming up with another 2-0 against a Dorado that we feel pretty strong about. But I think Winthrop is really showing that, like, they're not just some middle of the pack team, to be honest with you. I think they're a legitimate threat for the top of the table, which is not something that we would have really predicted coming in. They pick up their 4th win as well and put themselves in very, very strong playoff position with 2 matches still to play. And then for Citadel versus CCG, even though the result ultimately is, I think, what we expected, Citadel taking a game and playing another reasonably competitive one, I think shows us that their win over NRG on Wednesday that we got the cover, Mark, was not a fluke, right? Yeah. They are capable with this new look roster of actually contending with some of the better teams in this league. And now sitting at 2-5, with 2 matches still to play, there's a lot of room for them to potentially surge into a playoff position if they're able to win out.
Yeah, something that you mentioned to me, Hawk, that I didn't fully grasp. Obviously, we knew that CCG had a full bye week last week, but there were 2 other teams that also had bye weeks, and that was both Maryville University as well as Citadel. And so far, I think that 1 week off for Citadel can confirm that it treated them well, being able to get enough reps and just understanding with this new lineup and iteration to be able to get the best out of this 5-man squad going forward, not just for obviously NACL purposes, but also for CLO purposes. But for our standings and seeing where the rest of the teams kind of line up Energy, after being dealt their first series loss of the regular season, courtesy of Citadel Gaming, still stand at the top of the table with a 6-1 record, but Maryville University is not that far behind, being 5-1. If they are able to beat Apex Mission Impossible today, Hawk, not only do they tie Energy for #1 seed, but also they clinch playoffs.
Yep, Maryville playing for a full clinch. Magic number technically still 6, so with their win yesterday, CCG also technically not in, but for all intents and purposes, most likely to be in. Obviously, Dorado, since they haven't yet hit 5 losses, they could still win their last 3 games of the season. We mentioned Winthrop, massive win for them going up to 4-3. And then Supernova, later today, they're going to be playing against Blue Otter. They would be able to get to that very critical 5-win mark. And again, for all intents and purposes, more or less be in the playoff conversation with a win here today. And also for Apex Mission Impossible and Blue Otter at the bottom of the standings, losses in their series today eliminate them from playoffs. They are not locked into the promotion tournament just yet, as they'll have the potential to tie Dorado and Citadel, but they will not control their own destiny, and they will not be able to play for the spring playoffs. So big matches here for these two teams at the bottom of the standings if they wish to see their seasons continue.
It would be quite the tall mountain to climb for them, but we have seen miracle runs from teams in the past, and one of those teams was Blue Water. Just if you think back to some of their very first NACL stories in, oh my gosh, was it 2023, 2024 when they first
2024 was when they promoted.
Yeah. 2024 summer, towards that last few weeks of the regular season split. But being able to try and make those runs is always what makes NACL so memorable, and some of those stories that kind of stick with us for a long time. One of the other things that I wanted to talk to you about, Hawk, as we are still getting ready for our coach interview ahead of our first series of the day, is some of these solo kill stats that you were talking about that you were super excited about. One of those teams featured are in league right now.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Denethor. Dude, he's been popping off 11 solo kills to his name. He is the league leader. Alongside Shochi, who also has a larger gap over all the other mid laners. Nobody else is even in the double digits. So shout out to Shochi. We're going to get to see him play later today. We've talked a lot about him over the last couple weeks. We talked a lot about Denethor as well, for good reason. Some pretty massive laning phases coming out from both these guys. So definitely a lot of fun to see those solo bolos coming through in a bloody league, Mark.
Yep. The evolution and the glow up from Winthrop University over the second half also kind of reminds me of their trajectory last year in spring, which I think we've mentioned a few times, but for anyone who hasn't heard yet, listen, Winthrop University at the beginning of spring 2025, while they were struggling, they were the team that boasted the most amount of League of Legends played by any other team in the Americas, bar none. They were playing in so many collegiate tournaments as well as NACL. And somehow I just found it so astounding that by the time that they were wrapping up, they were able to pull off upset wins over Near Airport, which is one of our top 3 teams from last year. But Hawk, I believe our vamping has concluded successfully. We have our game face interview ready with Coach Niles from Maryville University. So let's go ahead and bring him into the booth and say hello to our good friend Aiden. What is up, Mr. Tidwell? Brother, always looking fresh in the cleanup suit and the office. Yep. First thing I want to come to you, I know you guys just played earlier this week, but you did have a full week off, and I wanted to ask, what were some of the things that you took during that time to kind of help refocus the team on as you're closing out the regular season?
Yeah, so even though we had a week off, we were in Orlando, Florida for our NACE championship, and we managed to take home the win playing against Winthrop in the finals over there. It was a good series. I think we took a lot away from our Winthrop series, and I think one thing that is really huge for us is we've really been focusing on our vision, especially with Guy and Yuji and how they're connecting and grabbing vision together. We've been watching some LCK VODs, LCK Challenger VODs, and focusing on especially deep warding and tracking the enemy jungler. So because we have a lot of winning lanes all the time, and so you have 3 winning lanes and they're all pushing. It's kind of like a game of like, okay, who's going to die to the jungler first, right? So we're trying to prevent that and make sure that our winning lanes are stable, and we're just playing on Yuji's timer.
Yeah, I think that paid off a lot against the CCG series, where a lot of us were expecting it to be a lot more competitive, especially with how Dardoch and Aljun have been playing. But like you said, full court press and constantly keeping track on Dardoch prevented them from being able to do anything.
Definitely.
Following up on what Spyrax or Jalal was talking about in their interview after the post-series win, he was talking a lot about fond memories and always enjoys when he gets to travel with the team. I feel like that is where a lot of the team bonding does come from. What were some of your favorite memories from when you guys went down to Orlando this past week?
Yeah, I mean, winning, of course, was a huge one, and then just going out to dinner together afterwards and just like enjoying each other's company, not having to always be talking about League. Like, we all love the game, so like we still talk about it, but just being able to be like, okay, we're done with competition, we actually get to rest and just celebrate a well-earned win. Yeah, it was just really nice to spend a lot of time together, all day, every day for about 3.5, 4 days. Yeah, we played a ton of Lolix together for sure.
Yes.
And I got to drop some of my dinosaur knowledge on the guys. They're like, dude, who the heck is this? So we had a great time together.
What's your favorite like finisher whenever you like are given a certain player and you're like, oh, I'm about to drop some ancient technology on you right now?
Yeah, so like if someone goes Huni, like Lyra, Apollo, Ninja, those are good. Those are good lines, like with the clutch gaming, Or
Hakuho too.
Hakuho, exactly. Bringing it to like that level of LCS is one of my favorites. I also really like season 4 rosters. Like if someone says licorice, you go like dandy, and like they're like, what the heck?
Oh my god!
So yeah, those are some of my favorite lines.
Yeah, or I think anytime someone goes like the APA route, I'll immediately drop Shady. And if it's someone from EU, they're like, who's this? I'm like,
right.
You don't know the Maryville sauce, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, this was never in your favor. Last question for you before I let you go, Aiden. For this team, you are now 1 win away from automatically clinching playoffs. And while we suspected you guys to be favorites for the league, for the rest of the regular season, you already talked about vision, but what are kind of your last expectations for this team that you want them to achieve before you head into playoffs?
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, we've really been focusing on vision, but I think our team fighting as well, like, really needs to be worked on, like, especially in our communication between our solo laners and our supports, like, who is flanking, who's playing in the front, because sometimes, the boys are too creative. They're coming from like 4 different angles, and then Jerry's just like left out to dry. They just flash on Jerry, So team fighting is a big one for us. In this meta, dragon fights are like a huge portion of the game. So yeah, we're always working on the fundamentals. League's it's a basic game, but it's not a simple game, right?
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, Aiden. Any last words before we let you go?
Just be on the lookout for us as we head into playoffs. It's going to be us and NRG, and we're really looking forward to showcasing how we've improved over the split and what we can do versus those guys, especially.
Awesome. Good luck today, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Man, I mean, it's no wonder Maryville feels like they're ramping into playoffs when, you're like, oh, Niles, how did you use your week off? And he's giving us like the whole 5-step plan of how they're improving their game just here in the interview. Like, it always so well directed, I feel like this team is. And I mean, we watched them plow through CCG earlier this week when I don't think we really expected that. And it's making sense. It's making sense, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bigger fan of the Lolix technology he was dropping for us.
I want to know if Niles ever goes himself. Like, if someone says Stixay, does he drop Niles on them?
I wish I had asked that. How many times has he played himself as the ultimate trap card?
Man.
But finally, we got a chance to look at today's two matches. We already talked about one of them with Maryville University taking on Apex Mission Impossible first. And then later today, our broadcast concludes with Blue Otter versus Supernova. And as Hawk mentioned, both AMI and Blue Otter are in positions where if they lose this next series, then it is no longer possible for them to make a run to playoffs.
Yeah, mandatory must-win matches here for Apex Mission Impossible and Blue Otter. But unfortunately, as you can see here from some of the talent predictions, we feel that it is unlikely because they are both playing teams that we hold in very high regard that are pushing towards the top of the standings. So we're going to have to see if clutch factor can play a part. I know I've said that Samikin is the most clutch player I've probably ever had the pleasure of casting, Mark, but it is going to be an uphill battle for these squads because Supernova and especially Maryville have looked really, really good as of late. And for Apex Mission Impossible and Blue Otter, for any improvements that we've seen, we just don't really feel that they're on the level of these teams. And importantly, not only are they eliminated from playoffs with losses here today, but they also will no longer control their own destiny when it comes to making or avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. They'll be relying on other teams to lose as well as needing to win their final series. So just a really difficult position to be in. And I'm really hoping we can see some clutching up from our lower table teams here today.
Yeah, but we'll talk about Blue Otter and Supernova more once we get to their series. For now, it is the Saints taking on the big dogs, the top Apex Predators over at Apex Mission Impossible. With our starting lineup from Maryville University as follows. It should still be the same from what I was able to pick up. Actually, quick change up. We're going to be fielding Crimson in for Maryville University alongside the rest of the squad, UG, Spyrex, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus.
Always great to see Crimson be getting a game. It's funny, we were talking about solo kill leaders. K is number 2 in the league with 10, but we're going to get to see Crimson come on in. I mean, I think this is definitely a player that we've seen a lot of good stuff from in the NACL over the course of his career. Definitely a very competent player, and I think one that's still hoping to grow into, you know, this level of competitive play. And so I think finding reps on this Maryville team, we've seen... Lord, I've seen what Niles has done for top laners, and I believe he can do it for Crimson as well.
Yes, sir.
Just talking about Zamudo and also the difference between what I think K looked like last split into this split has been night and day. So, gonna get to play alongside the rest of the squad. UG, Spyrex, Gary, Jerry, Obstinatus. A very stacked lineup, as we know.
Yeah. And for this lineup, one of the things that we like to highlight for Maryville University, we obviously talk about UG a lot. We talk about Spyrex a lot, but someone that has kind of flown on the radar every now and then and had a really, really big difference in why CCG got absolutely dismantled was because of Scary Jerry and his laning prowess. Obviously, we know that a jungler's fantasy in paradise is when all of his lanes have push and they are winning. Well, Scary Jerry and Obstinatus were winning so hard that in the second game, Scary Jerry took TP Flash and he was still botting these guys, pushing up beyond the first tier turret without even taking it down. It was just astounding to see how much confidence and how in control Scary Jerry and Obstinatus was of that laning phase. And I think Scary Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, Hawk, he's boasting some of the best laning stats in the entire league right now.
Not just some of, he's boasting the best laning stats. Honestly, I'm just going to say, I think as a broadcast team, we've maybe done Jerry a bit of a miss so far this season because he has... I almost say quietly just been destroying everyone. Mark, on average, he is up almost 1,200 gold at 15 minutes and 30 CS at 15 minutes. He leads all 80 carries in kills and assists per game. He leads all 80 carries in gold per minute. He's second in the entire league behind Bradley in damage per minute. Scary Jerry has been just going absolutely crazy game in and game out. I think in general, we can expect that Maryville is going to play for early game and they are going to generate themselves leads. But Scary Jerry and the bottom lane for Maryville feel like they have been a guaranteed winning lane every single game. And I also do want to give some credit to support Obstinatus, who I have as the best support in the league so far this split in his debut. So shout out to Obstinatus, who's also been a really big part of that story. But I just want to give Scary Jerry so much credit because he's a player coming back from a bit of a tough stint in the LCS, returning home, if you will, to Maryville, and he has not missed a beat. Sometimes we see players come back down and they struggle a little bit. Confidence needs to be rebuilt, but no, Jerry, he is right back to doing what we know he can do, and he's right back to doing what he did at Maryville just a year ago or 2 years ago.
And I would even argue it's now even more disciplined than before, which he has spoken a lot about in the interviews that we've been able to get with him in their wins. But we got to take a look at their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift. It is Apex Mission Impossible. This roster, Arbreo, Bio, Retrozing, Baz, and Protoss. Obviously, when we first looked at them at the very beginning of the split, we kind of had them as one of the two rosters who we touted as they're happy to be here, happy to get some playing experience under their belt. But over the course of the season, Hawk, they've had some surprising, impressive performances, especially coming out of Bio from the jungle.
Yeah, man, Bio's Lee Sin, that was a pleasure to watch. I really got to tip my cap to him. And I do think Apex Mission Impossible over the last week or so has had some more admirable performances. Being able to pick up a win over Blue Otter, a boon for their season. And I think also looking competitive against Dorado as well, and ultimately not being able to find the series win, maybe going to come back to bite them, but definitely feeling good coming into the last couple of matches of the season for them. The biggest thing, though, is that, as you mentioned, I think generally happy to be here, and they're up against Maryville University in a do-or-die series. None of these players have really ever played against Maryville. I don't know if Protoss has some collegiate experience maybe from his time on UCSD. And then, you've got Baz, who has a split in the Baz and Bio, who have a split in the NACL. But it's a tall order when you've never played against that level of pressure, that level of full court press. It can be really, really difficult to find victories out of that. I mean, we've even seen experienced teams get absolutely steamrolled by the freight train of Maryville. So I'm not really expecting it to happen here for AMI, but they've got an opportunity to show that they've been building some really nice habits, been building some really growing really nicely as a team over the course of the split. So if they can show that against one of the best teams in the league, I'd be very impressed. I mean,
Bio definitely remembers having to play against UG when they did their Polestar series against Maryville University last year, and he had this big lead on Nefiri. He was able to actually find UG early on and get a pretty nice joint kill, but they just could not overwhelm Maryville University structure and systems enough by the time they were able to bring it back. But our face-to-face Philip Norelco One Blade matchup is actually going to be in the mid lane, because not only Retrozing has had some of the most consistent stats on this roster, which makes him already kind of a nice highlight as one of our rookies for this regular season, but also Mr. Spyrax had a monster pop-off series, and to be honest, Hawk, I think the past few series he's been popping off and really returning to form.
Yeah, man. I mean, we were really gassing up Aljun going into their series against CCG, and Spyrax said, "Who do you think is the best mid laner in the league?" Sure the hell not that guy. Spyrax just went crazy on him. And I mean, I got to tip my cap, man. Spyrax, he's always been great. He's been playing in the NACL now for what? This is year 4, year 5, and he's been brilliant the entire way. And not missing a beat in yet another year on this Maryville squad. And for Retrozing, I do just want to tip my cap over to him. While I think across the board, obviously the stats are far from impressive, he has actually been fairly stable, not down an overwhelming amount of gold, and also, just managing to keep himself in the game throughout laning phase, which is a really nice thing to see from a player in his debut NACL split. Something I would like to see is him being able to get more involved. While the lane has been relatively stable, he's struggled to generate pressure for himself to be able to start getting things going for the team. Spyrax definitely going to be a difficult guy to do that against, but hey, if there's a will, there's a way.
Very true, Hawk. And for Retro, the nice thing is that he's been able to at least demonstrate he is willing to pick more champions outside of what is kind of the accepted meta. Obviously, Jalal is always going to have a nice pocket Cassiopeia to lean back on, as well as some of the normal control mages. We got both of our mid laners on screen right now, ready to rock and roll. Still want to see if Retro knows any beautiful sonatas on the piano, or if he is more of a pop music guy and starts playing some Coldplay instead. Or actually,
Coldplay. Wow. So some I can't even think of, like, does Viva La Vida have piano in it? Why is that the first Coldplay song I thought of?
I mean,
I like how we're getting Jersey Camp for Spyrax right now. I thought that was entertaining as well.
He's getting locked and loaded. He's like, all right, well, I gotta iron this out. Gotta make sure it's all straightened out, and then boom, headset comes on, and Jalal is locked in. Always fun to see not only Maryville's whole training boot camp or their training room and their scrim room, but also all the players that are not on the starting roster behind them getting ready, as well as Coach Eden locked in and ready to go. As we take a look through the rest of the player cams as well, one of the things I want to also highlight going into this matchup, as we already talked about both Scary Jerry and Obstinatus' dominance in their laning phase, but going back to what Niles was saying about our focus is on vision and tracking the enemy jungler, because like you said, if you're winning lanes, then at some point the enemy team is going to ask for a bailout. They're going to ask for some relief from their jungler, and it is a lot easier to gank a lane that is pushed and overextended rather than one that is hiding behind the turret. And if you're able to constantly keep pressure or tracking of the enemy jungler, then you really do end up suffocating them for a majority of that early stage.
And I gotta say too, for AMI, I actually think that when Bio falls behind, he is usually pretty good at finding some nice flips to try and, get some plays here and there. So I do think he is a guy that you want to practice his skill against, because as Maryville, he likes to play aggressively. He likes to find kills. So if you're able to track Bio, it'll really hinder what Apex Mission Impossible is trying to do. And I think in general, good recognition from Maryville of like, okay, we're winning games, but how do we keep growing? How do we make our wins even better? Because Rafa, we've talked a lot about early game dominance for Maryville so far. I just want to read some stats for the stream before we get into draft here, because I think it's going to paint a picture for Maryville. They lead the entire league as a team, first and foremost, in gold differential at 15 minutes. They're up on average 2,500 gold at 15 minutes. They lead the league in just straight gold generation per minute. They lead the league in kills per game by a significant margin, by almost 2 over Winthrop University in second place. They have by far the highest first tower percentage in the league. They have the highest dragon percentage. They have the highest herald percentage. First 15 minutes of the game belong to Maryville University. They generate leads very consistently, big ones at that. And there are very, very few teams that have been either able to absorb the pressure or come back from those deficits in order to find wins.
So what you're telling me, Hawk, is that these guys get everything. And as we head into the draft phase, so far Maryville are trying to eliminate some comforts from Apex Mission Impossible. Jarvan, obviously a hotly contested jungler in the metagame, but also one that is very nicely appreciated by Bio, as well as the Anivia and the Bard, whereas AMI's focuses on just trying to take away some of the standard power picks from Spyrax with the Rise Orianna and the Karma from Obstinatus.
Ooh, and actually Nico on B1. I was expecting UG's Pantheon potentially to come through, but we've seen a lot of really strong Nico performances in the NACL over the last week or so. I'm thinking back to Kim Down, what he was able to do on it last week when he got support of the week. And Obstinatus, we definitely already know he can play this champion, so I'm expecting to see some big pop blossoms coming out.
Yeah, it seems like for Maryville University, other power picks like junglers, there's many to pick from. So if we see a Pantheon here from Apex Mission Impossible, sometimes we see a Nocturne trade and answer from the other side so that you can always try and like stop global pressure or match that global pressure. Rumble is also another one that tends to be left open if it isn't banned, just because they either try to pair it with something like Jarvan or Skarner so that you can get that guaranteed combo between top and jungle. So Apex Mission Impossible, what is your next focus? And okay, so just trying to deny Scary Jerry, a powerful laner in this Caitlyn.
Oh, we do get the Nocturne. This is only the 6th game of Nocturne in Yuji's career, and the first one this split. So I do like to see this one come out, kind of a different look for Yuji. For Baz, the Caitlyn has been a pick that he's gone to basically every single time it's available. It's going to be the 5th Caitlyn of the split for him. It does give you a lot of agency to potentially fight back in this very powerful Maryville 2v2, as we have discussed. But on the other side, Jerry, I think it's interesting, not opting to go for something like the Varus, the Corki, the Jhin, assuming that one of them should still be available on the turn of the picks, and instead we just get Crimson's classic Rumble as Mark. That's an Elise.
Yep. Well, we saw Protoss lock this in last time, and, well, it wasn't the most inspiring. However, this bot lane combo does, on paper, have a lot of early game power and has a lot of scary all-in potential. If a Cocoon connects, Caitlyn trap right under it, and then yeah, it's just lights out or an immediate need for cleanse this game. And I think whatever Scary Jerry decides to go for his AD carry of choice, he's definitely going to be wanting taking that summoner spell. As Apex Mission Impossible, we're going to try to ban out some more comfort picks from Scary Jerry that he'll want to have to navigate this laning phase. Jhin already taken away, while Maryville University now having picked up the Rumble. I'm curious if they continue down the line of let's get rid of some top laners from Arbrio that would make Crimson's life a little more sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting trying to ban out Jerry because there's so many AD carries that are still available. None of them got banned out in the first phase. You still got Misfortune, Corki, Yunara, Ezreal, all available to be picked here for Scary Jerry. Protoss is really the only person in the league playing Elise. Or not really, he is the only person still playing Elise. I'm going to be honest, Mark, I'm not really a fan of the pick, but it does provide at least a powerful 2v2. And if we are talking about this being the main avenue that Maryville is most consistently seeing a lead generated, well, it you know, if Baz and Protoss are able to get something going with this 2v2, that could really put a damper into Maryville's game plan. But for now, I think a counter pick onto this Rumble going to make a lot of sense. I don't love the Cassante into Rumble. I know Zamudo solo killed Stray on it 3 times. It definitely can get going if it's able to get some money for itself, but it does feel like it's giving Rumble potentially a free lane if he is able to scale up.
Quick lock-ins from Maryville University with the Ezreal and the Aurora. Thought that Apex Mission Impossible, if they felt confident in the top lane phase without needing like a front line, you could have gone for that Aurora counter pick into it. There's a lot of fun hovers, but I don't know if any of these are actually real. And at the end of the day, Retro, you're on Galio duty, buddy. Someone's got to be able to follow up on this Pantheon. And as for their sake, already a lot of early game damage between this Caitlyn and this Elise. Obviously, the Caitlyn will have a chance to scale later on past the 3 and 4 item point. And with Hex Optics and Stormrazor, all these BF Sword items, it does make Caitlyn's life a bit better as we curve up. But looking at the overall composition, Hawk, when we look at what Maryville have drafted, and we go back to the philosophy that they have been kind of putting forward on the Rift for the past couple weeks now, how do you feel like this composition lines up with that vision?
I mean, I think Maryville's gotten everything they wanted. It's another 5-threat full court press composition. They've got a strong bot lane 2 versus 2. Crimson should have push in the top side of the map as long as, you know, not too much jungle intervention from Bio. Going to tie into that jungle tracking that we talked about for UG. And then for Spyrax, he's got the melee versus range matchup. Yes, the Galio can, you know, after first base, you get the Spectre's Cowl, start building towards a Hollow Radiance. can be very difficult as the Aurora on this one, but it at least does give you some early agency. And we know how strong all these champions can be in the early skirmishes. And AMI, Mark, this is a very similar composition to what we saw them play in game 2 against Blue Otter last week when we got to cover that game. I didn't like the composition then, but Blue Otter failed to ever execute onto the one threat Caitlyn, and some heroic plays from Bio and the Lee Sin all of a sudden saw AMI manage to find the win.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to happen against Maryville, and I still don't like the theory behind this composition. It's putting way too much onto this 180 carry pick, and while yes, you have some decent tank matchups in your solo lanes, yes, you have the strong 2 versus 2. If you can snowball really hard with the Pantheon, great. I just don't see a world where Maryville gives that to you, and the scaling just falls off for me.
Well, let's see if Apex Mission Impossible can achieve the impossible with this composition against Maryville University, one of the best teams we have in the league, as we hit Summoner's Rift for game 1.
And I'm definitely going to be eyes on junglers, I think, because I think Bio's Pantheon has a massive responsibility to try to influence these lanes. I talked about how if our Brio is able to get some jungle help, maybe get a kill or 2 on Crimson, this Cassante really can start to take over that matchup that otherwise can be stable for the Rumble. If you're able to start snowballing this game, you do have a very powerful death ball and turret taking ability as Apex Mission Impossible, but if you can't, I just feel like Maryville's mid-game team fight is way, way too strong. And this is a composition that, even if we've not seen exactly these 5 champions, with the Nocturne being a little bit new for UG, it's something we've generally seen before.
They already popped the cleanse out of Scary Jerry, and Obstinance takes a lot of damage from Baz and Protoss. Originally, when we first saw this laning phase start out, it looked like Obstinance and Scary Jerry had the push and they had the advantage, but a nice couple of cocoons from Protoss and Baz being able to layer it down has now given them not individually a higher health advantage over Scary Jerry, but Obstinance has been chunked out a lot, so if they can never find the support here, they could try and look for first blood, but the minion wave is pushing against them, and Protoss is still trying to look for an angle. Oh, Baz forced to flash away. Scary Jerry gets incredibly low from the electrocute proc. Scary Jerry just one more auto attack. It's Protoss that picks up first blood. Obstinance tries to flash for the cube, but can't finish off Baz.
Did Baz just get a Triumph heal on Caitlyn? Oh my goodness, he was so low right there. I think Jerry didn't utilize his flash. I feel like if he pulled that one out, it either could have been a 1 or 2 for nothing. Instead, it is traded. Ultimately, it's fine on both sides. Jerry gets the kill, and Obstinatus is able to crash the wave in, so the farm will still stay pretty even against the AD carries. I felt like that was a really greedy 2v2 for Baz and Protoss to take, but it does actually pay off for him.
Hey, you know, Hawk, when we talked about how should I say this? I don't want to say pessimistic, but we had our concerns for this composition. And I think the one way that you can try and overcome it is you just have to take these big risks. You have to go for flips and catch Maryville by surprise. And before UG can even get involved on the Rift, Baz and Protoss just say, let's flip the game right here, level 1, and then let's see what we can get out of it. And right now, Bio and UG are being met in the river, and Protoss with no... Oh, this is a... Okay, well...
That's a lot of damage. Phil Swift would be proud.
So I was going to lead up into this big moment about how Protoss's first items off of that first blood is not only boots, but it's a dark seal. It's like, man, if he can just start stringing together some of these kills back to back, then it starts stacking, the snowball comes a rolling. Well, he just died in the river. So I feel very homeless about my point right now. So Hawk, I'm gonna let you take over for the next couple of minutes while I recuperate my thoughts here.
The Itsy Bitsy Spider went up and came straight back down, only level 2 still. I mean, I see what AMI was looking for. They think they have the bot wave bounce back to be able to play for that bot side crab, but I mean, Retrozing is getting destroyed in mid lane right now. He's down 20 CS to Spyrax just 4 minutes into the game, and the Aurora easily had first move towards the play, so UG felt very confident going in with his bot lane coming off reset. So really easy find for them. Nicely done by Maryville University. They get both the crabs, as with the push on the top side of the map, UG was also able to push Bio off of the top crab. And now he's just got a respawn of camps to farm his way back down towards the bottom side and probably hit a very fast level 6 off of the second crab spawn mark.
Nice lead for UG on the Nocturne. See the picture-in-picture, how close that all-in early on in the bot lane was. Literally a just auto-attack difference in the Electrocute proc, giving Protoss the edge he needed. But you called out River Skirmish. It was first move from Spirax, so not a real fight for AMI that they could have been able to seasonably won. UG continuing to power his way through to level 6. He has that experience advantage off of the 2 crab advantage. And Bio, you talked about it before, Hawk. He is one of the few junglers that is able to at least find ways to come back in the game or look for these ganks when the pressure is on. But UG so far has done a good job of being able to mark where he is on the map.
And again, I'm pretty sure UG hits level 6 off of the next crab. He's so far ahead in experience after getting double crab. And now Baz, he's very low. He's dead.
He popped the ghost. Uh-oh. Freeze frame. This is like the JoJo Circus meme. What is going to happen next? Oh, wait a minute. Opsonon is getting super low. Protoss goes in for the repel. He gets it again, but he does fall to scare Jerry. Now, UG has cut off Baz's retreat back to Bio. So, unfortunately for Baz, we know that his fate is inevitable and one that leads to the gray screen. UG is going to walk over a trap.
Wow.
Flash for the kill, but, oh, I don't know if he tagged him. Baz might be able to get an execute.
He smited him. He smited
okay.
him. So Baz will die here, and the kill will go to UG, unless Obstinata's home guards. And taking longer to die there is actually worse for Baz, because it means he's going to probably miss an entire extra wave off of it. And you can see Jerry just now able to take his reset after getting a couple plates on the bottom side. Maryville, they're already up almost 2,000 gold just 6.5 minutes into this one. And oh no, Bio.
Well, Opsonos already took the walk from base just to finish off Baz and make sure that he wasn't executed, so they just lead into a Reddit invade on the extended trade. Well, and Retro tries to bail him out. Bio still ends up going down, and Yuji's able to kite that one off. And Spirax, but the nice combo on the Aurora finishes off Protoss as well. And, well, look at that, Hawk. You talked about how Maryville have, on average, a 2.5 thousand gold advantage in the first 15 minutes. Well, we're already past that point.
Yeah, we are ahead of schedule in this game, as it's just, what, 3-4 more kills unanswered that just went over to Maryville. As, oh my goodness, I mean, this mid jungle is so huge. UG and Spirax for the second match in a row this week, just on the opposition, and you got to give Obstinatus credit for the walk. He gets the kill, and then UG's like, hey man, you want to attack his red buff respawn? Hell yeah. And UG also hitting level 6, not off of a second crab spawn, but off of just all the kills that he's getting, which
it's
also find
like
entertaining.
It's one of those times where you're like, wow, I had a great time. Hey, this coffee was nice. You want to go for a walk in the park after? And you just want to keep talking? And it's like, yeah, man, let's do that. Oh, hey, there's a red buff. Oh, hey, there's a jungler.
Yeah.
Want to kill them together? Yeah, that sounds great.
UG was like, hey, Obstinatus, do you like pina coladas and getting caught in the red buff?
Nice. I think he does. And I don't think Bio liked getting caught in the red buff. I don't think
he liked it very much either. Yeah, this game, I'm going to be honest, Mark, this one's already looking pretty tough for AMI as, okay, solo kill.
Very close. RBO flash into the brush. Unfortunately, it does not change the fact that Crimson still had a massive health advantage and just burns him down with the use of that flame spitter. AMI starting to lose grasp of the game very, very fast, as we're not even 9 minutes and it's more than a 3,000 gold advantage. Second dragon. Actually, neither team has gone for the first dragon. And, you know, Aiden did say that Maryville University needs to work on their dragon fights to make sure that everyone is coordinated. Well, what if you just keep botting them and you don't go for the dragon?
Oh my, yeah, Baz has got to leave. He's going to be one more Mystic shot away from going down. And I definitely think Maryville hasn't really needed to start the dragon because of how hard they've been winning. I definitely do think they should get that one started up soon. That way they can stacking those ones, make sure second dragon able to get on respawn. But I mean, they've just been getting kill after kill, and they are prioritizing farm, gold, and experience, which I do think when you're winning by this much, I don't hate it. You know, just get all the creeps that you can, get all the kills that you can, because it's just more stats you're going to have to bully AMI with later. Bio just used his smite.
Yeah. Yuji was trying to bully Bio off of these Raptors, or at least sneak one away, but Bio. Pantheon Q Smite, still pretty good. Oh, Protoss was trying to look for a Cocoon Flash over the wall, but Spyrax is able to hop over that very, very easily, and they turn around with the Paranoia, and they turn out the lights against Apex Mission Impossible, and now Bio forced to give up his red buff at the end of the day.
I get it. I think Protoss, you know, understands the gravity of the situation. AMI needs to just try to get something going. Unfortunately, the Cocoon is a bit of a slow skill shot, and Spyrax, he's more than a good enough player to react. Really nice way to get out and turn it around with the help of his jungler.
Okay. For Scary Jerry, potentially. Bio, instant cleanse by Scary Jerry. Shift and a flash just to get some distance there. But Bio is able to flash over the wall. And with the help of Baz tanking the tower, they finish off Scary Jerry for overall their third kill of the game. While Yuji has successfully taken the Void Grubs as a consolation prize.
Really nice find there from Bio and Baz, though. I'm not really sure how Jerry ended up so far away from the minion wave, but Apex Mission Impossible able to punish on the cross map and get a kill back for themselves. Is going to deny a wave from this Ezreal and give them some time to get some wards down on the bottom side river.
Retro does force out the flash from Spyrax since he was winding up the taunt with Protoss right there in the shadows. Bio's also hovering just to see if they can catch someone. Obstinanus thinks it's just Protoss, but there's a Pantheon forced to flash away. And the Ignite at least keeps track of his real form, but they are looking for a potential turnaround, and AMI respect it, so they back off the river.
Yeah, Obstinanus popping the heal right there to try to get himself back in range, I think, for the Pop Blossom. But Apex, as you say, respecting and walking away. But this is going to still mean River Control should go right back over to Maryville University on the bottom side of the map, with the first dragon still on the table as we approach 12 minutes. Yuji, I would assume he wants to get on it now as he's just finished clearing out most of his jungle camps.
You know, he's killed off the Elise objective now 5 times. Yuji now recognizing, you know what, maybe we should take this dragon. I don't think I'm getting any more gold from the spiderlings anymore.
The Vile Maul all of a sudden not worth very much, Mark.
Very true, very true. All knowers will know. Oh, Baz tries to flash away, still goes down to Scary Jerry, and the rest of the Maryville crew are starting to march on in. Spyrax with the flank, looks for Protoss, takes a casual 50% chunk HP, just hashtag Aurora things and now hashtag being up 4 levels, and Yuji does the job in finishing off the Spider Camp once again. Vile Maw has hit the floor, and we are 10 kills, 5,000 gold ahead at 12 minutes.
We can get the precision replay presented by Philips Norelco One Blade of the play earlier, the last time that Protoss was taken down by Spyrax and co. It's going to be that early invade on the enemy red buff. Just really nicely played from Maryville. They had all the numbers earliest, as that was a lot of damage from the Aurora. And, you know, Rafa, Protoss might not be worth very much gold at this point, but if you saw 103 gold on the floor, would you pick it up?
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
No one else is going to take it.
I think that's what, after they did the dragon, they were like, oh, a cookie.
Potentially another cookie. Oh, hang on. Spyrax might be in trouble, but Between Worlds is a nice way to get out of that one. Apex Mission Impossible. At least being able to say, hey, there's no flash on this Aurora. Let's try to make a play for her. Okay, well, now there's no ultimate. So you can try and look for a very small, tight window where they can return and look for a punish, but more than likely, Spyrax should be able to play safe and respect that window until he has some of those tools back up and available.
We are at least seeing Retrozing getting to a point in this lane where he's actually able to, with the Hollow Radiance, start standing in against this Aurora. So Spyrax losing some of the really crushing mid-pressure that he had earlier on that helped Maryville generate their huge lead. I think at this point, it might be too little too late, but it's nice to see at least that we are starting to hit some item spikes for Apex Mission Impossible despite the gold deficit.
This team needed to be super proactive with their Pantheon and Elise. Pantheon Sun can always guarantee the Cocoon, and they work super well. with each other off of the other setups. Equalizer thrown down by Crimson because he knows he is about to get 5-manned by the entire squad, but the Maryville Saints are here to back up the boys. Crimson does go down, but the rest of Maryville University try to retreat to the safety of their turret against the 4-man squad, already eliminating Baz. Retro, with the hero's entrance, is able to punch onto Spyrex, but Bio was the last one taking the turret shots and is the next one to fall.
And it ends up being a 2-for-2 at the end of it all in a 3 versus 5, Rafa. As the bottom lane for Maryville, not even there. Jerry just pushing the top wave all the way into the tier 2, and Obstinatus now making his way down. Maybe he can try to cancel a base, but don't think there's going to be anything to find. Maryville probably going to be pretty happy to trade even with so many fewer resources committed. But Apex, I think, they are similarly happy just to get 2 kills back into their pockets.
Yeah, when you are down nearly 7,000 gold, you just have to start looking for any way of getting some resources under your belt, because you're not going to get it through just natural means. Maryville University will not let you. So sending 5 people, I think, is totally an agreeable play for AMI to make in this state of the game.
Yeah, honestly, like I think I like the 5-man stack. Again, it does speak to some of the creativity of AMI where, yeah, they find themselves in a massive hole, but they are not just going to roll over and die. They are going to try to play to all their outs, as it were. And I do think stacking up as 5 people and just trying to deathball, that is most certainly an out that you have in this game. What I'm going to say, though, is it really speaks to the lead as Arbrio, he's getting collapsed on.
Maker comes through. Between worlds. Good night, Mr. Arbrio. 07, we'll see you in 35 seconds when we return from the gray screen. Bio and Protoss looking for a quick play on Obstinatus, and they catch him. Still had flash available, but could not break the CC chain. And now Scary Jerry could be the next one on the chopping block here. Gets the cleanse and the shift over the wall, but Protoss is willing to flash and take him down with the Spider Q. AMI starting to pick up a couple more kills. It's still a massive gold advantage they have to surmount, but I am respecting the level of commitment they have for these aggressive mid-game plays.
I mean, I think Niles is going to take out the belt for those deaths. Like, I don't think there's any reason for Maryville, their bottom lane, to be walking into the river when they had just made a play topside. It doesn't really make much sense, as Crimson whiffed the wave.
2-man taunt. Oh, they're forcing it, but Obstinatus with the pop man. 5-man pop blossom under the tower. Oh boy. AMI thought it looked good. And you know, Crimson is getting quite low. Arbrio and Retro are very tanky. Spyrex is out of mana, so he can't really contribute much off other than one more combo in the tank. Scary Jerry is walking down and making sure that AMI cannot stay here much longer, but gold lead comes back up to more than 7,000, and Yuji gets in range of Retro,
so
pops
bad.
the paranoia. Good night to Mr. Retro.
Yuji will let Arbrio walk away, as he doesn't have the fear tether to really make a chase happen. Protoss, that at least has 4 kills. He's kind of big. Doesn't get the grump, though. Again, I respect AMI. They're playing to their outs, right? They're just continuously trying to look for plays with their double global composition, just trying to continuously find numbers advantages. It's worked sometimes, it hasn't worked others. Ultimately, though, Maryville is just continuing to grow the lead because they're always making a play somewhere else while it's happening.
Yeah. I just want to point out some of the level advantages and disparity at the moment. Yuji's level 13. He is the same level as his solo laners. Everyone else on AMI is either level 12 in solo lane, 10 in jungle, and level 8 on the support. So and he just hit level 8. So there was a time where Yuji was staring at Protoss while Protoss was trying to mess with him, taking the Gromp. And I'm like, brother, you're a level 7 Elise against a level 13 Nocturne. You might need to be a little careful there.
Hey, at least Nocturne's a very one-dimensional champion. No paranoia means you probably don't die in that moment, but...
True.
Yeah, Yuji is 4-0-6. He is, big. Very, very fed.
Very. He's the only person on Maryville University this game that has not died. Maybe he is the one player that hasn't gotten caught in the chaos that AMI are trying to weave throughout. Yuji trying to keep a cool, calm, collected head. Yuji in the middle of multiple members here. And yeah, I think Scary Jerry's going for a ride. Not a good one. Oh, but he gets the Rift Herald! He makes the Grand Escape, and now he wants to go all in. Drift King on the Rift as he goes for a quick knock-up onto Arbrio, and now he is sent packing, looking to collapse onto Crimson, who is beyond enemy territory. Retro with the heroic entrance will provide enough of a shield to protect his fallen comrades. As Baz and Arbrio do make it out alive, Protoss and Bio did fall in the fight earlier, but Maryville University can still extend the siege now with a massive 10,000 gold advantage before 20 minutes.
I'm going to be honest, this has been a really sloppy mid-game for Maryville. I feel like they're resting on their laurels a little bit. I'm almost upset that they're getting away with all of this just because, you know, they're ahead by so much, it doesn't really matter. But, like, yeah, Jerry's overstaying again. He should die to Bio here.
Can he get in range? Yep, smite. Oh, what? Cleanse? What?
Science cannot fathom what just happened right there.
I mean, is there a world where Scary Jerry can even get out with that low mana?
Absolutely not. I think you just accept that you overstayed there. I don't know.
Scary Jerry just rolling the neck, probably saying to himself, "All right, let's make this one clean.
Not
let's
the
close this
replay.
one out cleanly." Oh no.
Yeah, even with the cleanse, Bio
Devious.
just hits with the crit execute
Devious
spear.
observer work. I love it.
You know, Jerry is 3-4-3. Like that man is a Boeing aircraft right now with his score line. I don't know how you can be up 10,000 gold, but
well, it's because he was allowed to farm so many plates on the side lanes while a lot of shenanigans were happening. Speaking of shenanigans, it continues on the top side in this red quadrant. Retro gets caught by the Pop Blossom. And unfortunately for Arbrio, teleports in, but has no idea where everyone else is because of the paranoia. So just walks on back to the mid lane to the safety of this second tier turret. Maryville University trying to siege through. They have yet to go for the Baron. Oh, they caught Spirax potentially with the Cocoon. Yet they layer down the CC. Big shutdown goes into Baz's pockets. And it does shore up the gold lead just a little bit, but it is still quite massive.
yeah, Maryville's definitely given over some funny ones today. I mean, Spirax, you can see how much damage he does. Just trying to make a play a little too far ahead of his team. I think a nice outplay from Apex to be able to catch him out and get that one back. Maryville, though, again, they're still just getting what they came for. They got the tier 2 tower. They're going to be able to reset. They're going to be able to maintain their 10,000 gold advantage with Scary Jerry hitting his third item, Endless Hunger, coming out. I believe Yuji should be very close to Guardian Angel. You can see the components in inventory for this Nocturne, so he won't die very easily. Zonia's has been completed for Obstinatus. A lot of luxury items starting to come through just 22.5 minutes into the game. That's early, usually, for these sorts of purchases.
Gonna spot Bio waiting on this Tribush, who is looking for a recall. Yuji's gonna pop the Paranoia. Oh, what a beautiful equalizer right over the top as well, slowing their retreat and just making their escape end in an fiery inferno. Retro tries to escape with the heroic entrance, but it ends up being a heroic death as AMI fall one after another like dominoes. And now Maryville University taking out 3 members here. It should be the easiest Baron I've ever seen.
Yep, this is going to be Baron going over to Maryville. Mark, I think it's safe to say this game is looking a little over. I think Maryville just trying to cross some T's, dot some I's, maybe avoid giving over some free kills for the rest of the game if they can help it. At least an objective bounty will be claimed in the mid lane by Arbrio. It's something. It's a very small something, but it is something.
Yeah. We talked about at the beginning of this series that Maryville University was going to be extremely favored going into this matchup. And while AMI have definitely had some glow-ups over the past couple of weeks, it was still going to be a David versus Goliath magnitude matchup here. And do want to give them credit, though. They have caught Maryville University by surprise a few times in the mid-game, and I think the Saints are done playing around and ready to just close this one out.
The siege will commence. just deploying all 5 in the mid lane here. They know that AMI cannot really defend against them because if they're all stacked up, it should be a pretty easy team fight win. First inhibitor set to drop. Maryville will just move on to the next lane.
For AMI, multiple flashes are still available on Maryville's carries here, so it's not the easiest way to try and catch someone out or go for an all-in dive. Your engage is kind of limited to bio sending it for the boys and hoping that AMI can dogpile quicker than MU can counterattack.
Yeah, definitely. And bio not having flash doubly makes that difficult because not only do you have the escape tools for Maryville.
Oh, and what if Maryville are the first ones to engage with the paranoia? Pop Blossom for the follow-up under it as well. And the rest of Apex Mission Impossible recognizing very quickly that they are not the Apex Predators in this match. They are the victims. And Maryville University able to close this game 1 out in dominant style.
Yeah, a quick 25-minute clinic from the Maryville Saints. Thing not that we weren't expecting, but definitely good to see. Heading into the playoffs, and AMI, they are now going to go down to just 1 game left to try to salvage any hope that they could have of making the playoffs.
It's not an easy realization to realize that you are at the bottom of the food chain rather than at the top, but sometimes that is what happens when you go up against the Maryville University Saints, as these guys have been insanely powerful throughout the course of the NACL ever since they first joined the league and slowly have made their way up to the top of the standings. For us, Hawk, last thing I'll say is that for Apex Mission Impossible, shake off the game 1, take solace in the fact that you did throw some nice curveballs in the mid game. You got some kills off of them, and just see if you can clean it up for game 2 or come in with a better early start. As we will take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Apex Mission Impossible and Maryville University. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Hey everyone, Beatdown Boulevard here with our latest recap, where I'm going to tell you about some key matches from NACL Week 5. Winthrop's slump was clearly preparation for a massive takeoff, because they are flying higher than ever before, starting their 2-0 week by beating our league's most experienced roster. And it was Denethor leading the formation with a phenomenal Jace game. His double MVP week and Winthrop's performance put them in a great position for playoff contention. We gotta give props to AMI. They stuck to their strength and more unique picks and have finally gotten their first win in Spring Split, taking that critical first step to avoiding the promotion relegation tournament. However, they haven't dug themselves out of that hole just yet, and in the process, they may have buried Blue Otter's playoff dreams because it's looking like they are turning to dust. We had a rough start for Dorado Gaming, but with Hub and their rookie support Redemption, who were on fire, they were able to quickly bounce back, giving us an exciting end to a fun 3-game series. Not only do they increase their chances of staying in the league, but a team we never expected to make waves has improved enough to join the playoffs conversation. Thank you so much for watching our latest recap from our friends over at Philips Norelco. Be sure to follow us on twitter.com/watchnacl and tune into the action at twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Hola, and welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Maryville University and Apex Mission Impossible. As with most Maryville matches, the first game was a pretty big beatdown from their doing, and AMI just tried to do their best to survive. Oh. You're right. You're right. You're right. As we were saying, that first game was pretty brutal, but it wasn't necessarily the cleanest by Maryville University. AMI definitely throwing a lot of curveballs in that mid game and doing a lot of, how would you say this, Hawk? When desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, there you go.
Plays. Yep.
It was definitely DEFCON 1 for AMI very quickly into the game, as we were hitting desperation pretty early. But I mean, I do think I want to give them a lot of credit. Like, there were some really good finds, particularly from Bio. I think some really nice commits onto some out members to just try and get kills back, try and start something. Not all of the plays they looked for worked, but a lot of them did. So I do want to give them that credit. And for Maryville, you said it best during the break. It felt like one of those solo queue games where every lane is smashing. So you kind of rest on your laurels a little bit. You kind of get a little bit silly. I'm hoping for Maryville that they don't do that again, just because I would like to see clean games out of them. But also for Apex Mission Impossible, I want to see them continue to punish if that is what happens in game 2.
Yeah, for sure. And going ahead to look at second draft series, some of the similar bans from both sides. Actually, AMI completely swapping up their picks and bans. I'm assuming AMI are taking first pick in this draft, so they start out with the Jarvan ban into Nami and Azir. So Orianna is the first champion that comes to mind that is left available. Not sure if that is what they want to actually go for. Never mind.
Orianna is, yeah, she has been banned so much. You can see only 9 picks, but has been present in basically every single Fearless series. So I think that makes a lot of sense to go 4-on-1, but it does mean you are giving Jarvan over to Yuji should he want to take this champion. Bio, not really the biggest Jarvan player, so even if it does fall, I actually don't know if AMI would go for it. Obviously, a lot of synergy with that Orianna, potentially discouraging allowing that one to go through, but it seems that Maryville's going to call the bluff. It's just going to be a Xin Zhao.
Well, it has been banned.
So sorry. Oh my gosh, you're right. It is. I missed that one. Thank you, Mark.
No, you're good. You're good. Xin Zhao with Seraphine trying to line up for potentially an Ashe pairing on the third pick for Maryville. Now, AMI could try and do what some other teams around the world are trying to do, where they separate Ashe Seraphine together, but they're just going to go for the Jhin lock-in. Now, anytime we have seen things like Ashe Seraphine, there have been many combos that have been tried to be used to answer it. This is a new one. I've seen a Nivea Caitlyn. I've seen a Nivea Ezreal. I don't know if I've seen a Nivea Jhin as a combo together.
Mark, I feel like the meme of that dog, like with the helicopters flying over, watching a Jhin Anivia lane after what Sushi and Spica put on our screens on Wednesday. I'm hoping for a better performance from Baz and Protoss on this one. I was really hoping we were going to get the Protoss Heimerdinger as the answer into the Ashe Seraphine, but alas, it's just going to be the Anivia, which is still a very interesting pick. Definitely a strong 2 versus 2. And one that we did see get destroyed by Ashe Seraphine. It was this exact matchup on Wednesday.
We'll see if Protoss and Baz have a better time of piloting it than Spica and Sushi did, trying to make this combo work. As the bands start commencing for the second round, Skarner, pretty solid jungler to take away from Bio now that a majority of the skirmishing junglers are gone. Your next kind of best pairing would be something like a Vi, but a Scion take away from Arbrio, just trying to deny some of that front line, because I'm starting to put the picture together here. Maryville University recognizing, hey, that is a lot of squishies on their team, and they need someone to stand in front of them.
Yeah, I'm expecting like something maybe like a Jax or a Renekton here on 4 from Crimson. I'm expecting them to drop the pick for Spyrack to 5, but no, I'm completely just going to go for the Annie instead. Getting a little bit of setup for Spyrax into this Orianna, and then looking over at what Bio could bring to the table. I'm expecting Wukong. That feels like the most logical pick, and like Bio really gets spicy with it.
Yeah, Wukong, Vi, I could see out of those two. You do need some reliable hard engage. The question is, do you want to play a little bit earlier, or do you want to play a little bit for team fighting later on, as the Renekton does get slammed in for Arbrio. Pretty solid blind pick. Not many options that could punish the Renekton, but I'm curious if Crimson has a Gangplank in his arsenal. I'm trying to... If you got his match history or his GOL, something on the like Hawk.
Yeah, let me pull it up. I do not really think of Gangplank as being a Crimson champion. Like, could you ever go like Yorick or Gnar? Okay, Gnar is like the least inspiring R5 that I've seen, but it's not bad.
It's definitely not one that is, you know, chefing it up in the kitchen where they're coming up with like a new 3-star Michelin kind of recipe, but it is a tried and true. You have the range advantage, and as long as you're able to dodge out on jungle ganks or not get put behind, you should always have the push on this Croc. The Trundle getting slammed in. This was not one of the 2 junglers that we anticipated for Bio coming in. Statistically does have a nice matchup into Xin Zhao, because anytime you meet in the river and he wants to fight you to the death, well, Trundle just chomps you, steals your AD, and just beats you with a club. Can't beat that.
It's very strong into the Xin Zhao. Mark, I don't know about you, though. This looks like a very difficult composition to play Trundle against.
Oh, absolutely.
I just feel like you get kited by everyone. I don't really like the Trundle pick, to be honest, because I also think you were really looking for some engage here for Apex Mission Impossible. You've got this Jhin and Nivea Orianna that can follow up from such long range. You've got the dive buddy of the Renekton. And instead we go Trundle, a champion with engage, and not really any means to circumvent the incredible amount of kiting and spacing that Maryville has. Their composition is so good at drawing lines in the sand and not really letting you walk past them. So I'm going to be pretty critical of this pick. I think something like the Wukong would have been much better, giving you some more early skirmish potential and ability to get in on this powerful backline, but that's not the world that we're living in. So we'll have to see how Bio is able to pilot this one to potentially find a win, a must-win for Apex Mission Impossible. Reminder, if they lose this game, they are out of playoff contention, and they will never control their own destiny when it comes to making the or avoiding the promotion relegation tournament for the summer split. And as for Maryville, a win here clinches once and all their playoff position.
Oh, so
this is cute.
This is the one advantage that they're playing for. Vi and Wukong cannot do this level 1, but Trundle can. So by getting this ward on top of it, Yuji knows that something is about to happen and realizes, no, please, I'm just a Xin Zhao. Leave me alone. As Bio tries to leash and pull the blue buff, but at the end of the day, he cannot stay that much longer. So all he achieves is just slowing down Yuji's overall start, but that also slows down his own start. So we'll see who it benefits at the end of the day.
Interesting. Neither Maryville solo laner made an indication that they were moving just yet. Bio, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't want to try to stick around for that one, as you already talked about it. The Trundle wins that 1v1 against the Xin Zhao, but decides to walk away. Yes, it does slow down Yuji, but remember, Yuji was already in his own jungle. Bio had to waddle his way all the way over to his red buff, only just now finish it. Meanwhile, Yuji going to finish up his Raptors in just a couple seconds. So this Xin Zhao is ahead on the clear as a result of the level 1.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's
like
counter invading.
Oh no, this is brutal.
This is smart
he
from
still,
UG.
yeah. UG already still has a ward on his blue buff from before, so he knows that he's probably just clearing out his topside red jungle, and Bio is going to go over to his Raptors. And if he does not guess right that UG went for this invade, there is a missing ping on it, so maybe there is some instinct from AMI that UG went for this play, but
UG's just so intelligent, right? He takes away the camp and then does not stick around any longer. He knows he only hits, or is still going to be level 2 after doing Wolves, Raptors, Blue. So he doesn't stick around, doesn't get greedy for a Gromp or any second camp, just takes the 1 and then leaves. So now Bio, he knows something's up. He knows UG might not be level 3 yet, so maybe going to try to walk in for a play of his own, at least can get the crab. Does he contest the red buff? He's got red buff advantage as well as a Trundle 1v1 advantage, and the bottom lane looks pretty stable for AMI at the moment.
I think he's actually trying to attack bot lane instead. Top lane is getting pretty low, but there is a look from Bio where Trundle Pillar early on can be a pretty devastating setup for things like Deadly Flourish and the Anivia Q to connect onto targets if they don't flash it, but was not able to find anything. UG does end up clearing out his entire bot side jungle. And Crimson, meanwhile, starting to stack up this pretty big wave with a health advantage. And UG, I'm curious if he wants to try and take advantage of this top lane prospect, but looks like he went for a quick hover on mid.
I think UG really wants to clear his camps. He can just do top crab into full clear back down towards bottom off the respawn, and he'll be really far ahead in golden experience over his opposite number. So I don't think Maryville has any reason to really force dives. Funnily enough, I feel like this composition is as much of a full court press as what they typically play. Still really solid early game options between, Xin Zhao Annie being a very strong mid jungle 2v2, but I do actually think it's a little bit more of a stock standard team fight composition. Their scaling is very good with the Ashe Seraphine.
Egg passive has been popped on Protoss' Anivia. Scary Jerry was below 10% HP, but does not die. Protoss knows that he walked over. He's going to make sure that he denies his recall timer on this Pixel Brush. Scary Jerry, got to be a little careful. Pops the barrier. If he finds this Q, he's dead. Oh, he doesn't find the Q. Oh, but the Deadly Flourish of Protoss with the auto attack gets first blood again in this series. And Obstinatus not able to find a trade back this time.
Well, I mean, why didn't just auto attack someone down? Jerry thought with the barrier and the heal, he might just be able to stat check it, but he was sorely mistaken. Nice punish from Protoss, as we spent a lot of time in the pre-show, Mark, talking about how good Jerry's been, and I feel like it's been honestly some questionable plays in this series so far.
It might just be a little too disrespectful on the laning phase from Baz and Protoss. Spyrex might be in trouble. Pillar does pop him back up. Oh, and the shockwave still clips him even after the flash. Maybe a mistake there. Arbrio trying to dive Crimson under the tower, takes a turret shot, or might have just been scooped in. The Crimson now in mini form. Arbrio is able to get the push in, and I mean, this is the first time this entire series that AMI have had a gold advantage, even if it is less than 1,000 here.
Yeah, that was a really nice gank in the mid lane from Bio, as Spyrax was trying to push out the wave and take a recall with his Tibbers, but Trundle Orianna, also a very strong mid-jungle 2 versus 2, and while Spyrax did land the stun onto Retro, he's getting permaslowed by this Trundle and still run down. The flash looking a little bit silly as he still gets caught by the tail end of the shockwave, and this means Retro has a gold advantage. Now, UG can use the timer to go for the dragon. It's a very accelerated level 6 at just 6 minutes into the game off of it. But I don't really think there's a look that he has to be able to punish.
Yeah, this one is definitely a little bit more AMI favored in how things are rolling. No lane is completely smashing the other, especially with Protoss being able to get the first blood over Scary Jerry. That helps equalize some of the goal difference here. That being said, UG is still playing an overall very clean game and giving MU that objective priority and advantage that they need. We're gonna have to see if AMI can still try and leverage some of this early game strength before the compositional woes come into play, as you alluded to at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a game where I view AMI as the beatdown composition, which is not a position we're too accustomed to seeing them in. But so far, up a couple kills. That is definitely a really good start. A much, much better start than last game. Remember, by this time, they were already down like 3,000 or 4,000 gold last game. So this is a great look. It's level 6 advantage here for Baz.
Deadly Flourish or Curtain Call. Last bullet does not find Scary Jerry. He does flash that one. Nice wall.
Level 6.
Cuts him off from the Bob side. Oh, does he? Oh, Deadly Flourish. Flash auto attack from Baz for the last bullet in the chamber. AMI trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, Jerry goes down as he had some really nice footwork on the Curtain Call, but he flashed the final bullet, Mark, after he'd already dodged it, and then he didn't have the flash to be able to get away from the Anivia, so Baz finishes him off, manages to sidestep the arrow that probably would have meant he would die as well. It ends up being a 1 for 1, but AD carry for support, that's going to favor Apex Mission Impossible, and Bio, he's using his 1v1 advantage on this Trundle to walk in and get a Gromp, so more advantages just slowly going the way of AMI, keeping this game very close at 8.
Absolutely, and for Maryville University, this is definitely, I don't want to say unmarked territory for them, but it is, sometimes it is strange to see Maryville University against a team that we had favored in Maryville's side so much to not be monstrously ahead in gold, just because of AMI being able to find so many strong plays here on the bottom side of the map.
Now, something I do want to point out is that UG is very far ahead of Bio in this matchup. Despite Bio getting the 1 Gromp, UG being up about 5 to 6 camps is very significant. He's up a level, and he is keeping the gold pretty much bang on even, despite the kill advantage that Apex Mission Impossible has procured for themselves at this point.
UG, the one constant so far in this Maryville game against AMI. And for AMI, like you said before, them being a beatdown composition, they are starting to slowly come up with a lead through Baz and Protoss on this Jhin and Nivea. Can they leverage it into something more? They weren't able to get the first dragon of the game, and there's not another one coming up for a minute and 40 seconds, so UG will be able to get full control of these grubs. As Protoss' egg passive gets popped again, getting whittled down by these arrows, and Baz, all he can do is throw out one bullet and say, goodbye, Protoss, I cannot save you this time around. This one goes over to Scary Jerry,
Dives
but now
on
Retro
sides.
and Bio are on the bot side of the map. As you call it, UG is diving on the top side as Arbrio is going to get soloed out by those two, but Retro does clean up Obstinus. Bio flashing back in. Deadly Flourish connects after, but Scary Jerry at least trades one back, and they can't dive the turret just yet. They have to wait for the minion wave to come on in.
Oh, Baz
who's
on the
going to
turret!
get donated it? No, you know, benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say they wanted to donate that kill over to Retro.
Yes, they did. They did, surely. As it is really messy on both sides of the map, but it is going to be Apex Mission Impossible winning out 3-2 as Arbrio managed to trade Crimson out 1 for 1 on the top side play. And on the bottom, it's a 1-4-2 with Bio in a bit of a silly fashion giving over his life to still help his carries get a double. It's a 3-0 Orianna, the most banned, the highest presence champion of NACL 2026, is being piloted to a 900 gold advantage and looking like the main carry 10 minutes into the game.
Let's see if Retro can leverage this power. He went for Rod of Ages, so he is going to be a lot more durable, but it does mean that because he is already ahead of the curve, he's a lot harder to shut down for Maryville University as we take a look back at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville, they do a good job of clearing out the wave, but they take so much damage, and Retro just plays this really nicely, landing full combo on the Obstinatus, and then doing the Sombrero Flash to pull in the Seraphine. I think that death was very silly from Bio. He did not need to go back in ahead of the minions and die like that. But regardless, AMI, they are able to, the rest of them, wait for the minion wave and clean that one up. And on the top side play, Arbrio, oh, Crimson, he didn't fully drop aggro, no? Oh no, he dived because he just stayed too long. They had fully completed the dive and walked out, and then the minion just died. Crimson!
UG, UG and Spyrex end up being able to catch out Bio and Protoss in the jungle. I think Tibbers and ultimate from Xin Zhao was also used as well. Maryville University starting to find some wins, though, here after Apex Mission Impossible for the first 10 to 11 minutes of the game kept the gold lead very, very even. MU's now starting to find that signature advantage we have come to expect of them from this regular season.
Looks like there was another kill top as well, as Crimson's 2-1 and Arbrio's 1-2. So there was definitely something else that happened off screen that I don't think we saw, Mark. And yeah, it means that Maryville has reclaimed the kill count after being down a little bit. They've reclaimed the gold lead. Second Dragon, 100% objective control so far. Bio will go and clean up the last 2 grubs to at least give them something. But it looks like the Maryville freight train, it was just a little bit late leaving the station. We'll see if AMI is able to wave them down this time, as the gold lead much less substantial than it was.
We'll definitely see if AMI can find one more window in this mid game to overcome this gold lead before Maryville start running away with the game like they did in game 1. Because this composition that MU have, they have much better engage tools. They have actual engage tools. When you think about how AMI have to start fights, it's very unorthodox and very limited. And Baz might just be caught out. Force a flash, but Yuji's going to follow up and dodge out on the Anivia Q. Make sure that Protoss does not stun him where he stands. He goes back in, forces the Anivia to flash away. Retro trying to cut him off, but Spirax is able to dissuade any further engagement, throwing down Tibbers, and Maryville University starting to take full control of this bottom side map.
Maryville is just so good at linking up and playing on side waves as a team. Okay, this is a replay of the second kill that Crimson got onto Arbrio. So that's how Crimson ended up as at 2-1. Looks like it was just a nice solo kill dive under the tower while we were in the previous replays. But going back to the present, I mean, it's just Yuji Spirax moving together. Good use of the Super Blast Cone from Obstinatus and Yuji to catch out Baz and get a kill for themselves on the way. And just letting Jerry work down that turret on his own.
Hawk, do you think that first death from Crimson after the dive was an example of die into better wave state truth combo?
No, because he could have just pressed B. So I don't think he needed to die.
But what if he needed to die so that he drew the minion aggro?
Right,
so
for the mental advantage of die to wave.
He also reset the gold. He reset the gold value in Arbrio.
Yeah.
Well, Yuji, hang on.
Dude, that's a lot of terrain.
Is being threatened. That is a lot of terrain. The walls, everything is closing in on Yuji, but he's able to make his way out. Crescent Guard, OP, Riot, nerf this champion, please. AMI trying to see if they can catch out Yuji, but he's got the rest of the team. And an arrow from downtown, instantly cleansed by Baz, still stunned up by Annie's. But Maryville University not able to find any kills for themselves. They just managed to push AMI back to their side of the map.
And just like game 1, Jerry just pushes top while this is all happening, gets a turret, able to crash a wave into the tier 2 as well as getting a plate there. So Maryville still winning out on the play despite not finding any kills. And we can take a look at the precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. This is the catch that we saw onto Bio ahead of that second dragon. Nice arrow from downtown to follow up on the setup from the dynamic mid-jungle duo. Yuji Spirax having yet another fantastic series for themselves. Yuji is deathless on the series. He's a KDA leader, by the way, in NACL. And continuing to be so.
Two-time most valuable prospect here from the NACL. Every time that we see him in this league, for the past couple of years, we have been constantly saying, why is he still here? And even though the stint on Team Liquid did not end the way that we all had hoped, we still strongly believe that he was the least of their problems, the least of their worries, and Yuji does end up returning home to Maryville University, but we all, at the end of the day, want him to make a return to Tier 1 because we know that he is ready for the big stage and has been ready for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, I'm going to be honest, at the end of the day, I think for Yuji, if he did not cost an import slot, he probably would have been starting in the LCS for the past 3 years.
Absolutely,
and
yep.
Yeah, that is the very sad reality of his situation, because we all know how gifted this player is, but for whatever reason, the 10 LCS GMs all seem to, or the 8, all seem to think that this guy is not worth an import slot compared to who they could be picking up. Whether or not you agree with that, that is just the position that he finds himself in. That is the reason that he has been at Maryville, despite how successful he is. And now he's going to need to bail out his support out of a difficult situation. Nice flash.
Nice Ash Arrow, though, from Scary Jerry, and Arbio tries to buffer it. Goes flashing in for the stun on the Scary Jerry. Oh, the Shockwave. I think it was right on top of Arbio. No, that was a Strikebreaker call. Shockwave still at the ready for Retro to try and follow up on. Rift Herald, good use of the wall by Protoss to stop the Herald from crashing in, but I think Maryville are going to try and siege onto this turret anyway. This is where the problem gets.
Crimson.
Oh, Crimson finds a nice Mega Gnar onto 2. The Shockwave onto 4 members, but it's not enough damage behind it. It just stalls out the fight for a little bit. Maryville University still have all 5 alive. And the Herald pounding away on this tier 1 turret might allow them to look for a second crash or a second drive.
UGA gonna get one. Maryville not gonna play the Dragon as an exit objective, feeling that they took a little too much damage, so it's just gonna be resets from them to redeploy and set things back up. But we've hit that Maryville time of the game. 7,000 gold is the lead at 18. Definitely looking like they should have a handle on things, and okay, maybe UG can just play this as an exit objective, as this will be the 3rd Dragon going over uncontested.
Even with all of the surprises AMI has thrown at Maryville this series in both games 1 and 2, UG has remained the constant North Star for this squad in ensuring that their game plan is undeterred. They are always on a forward-looking path, and UG is now the one consistently leading the charge for this squad to ensure that their victories are as clean as possible. There's the vision game that we were talking about, Hawk, with Niles constantly pushing further and further into the recesses of this jungle quadrant and not allowing Bio to be able to play the game anymore.
Okay, that arrow, I think I just saw it fly by my head in my living room. But it's okay, you can't hit them all.
Better duck.
Sorry, I stopped talking right there because I got stunned for 4 seconds by the arrow. Oh, man.
Happens to the best of us. But seriously, go. If you do see a giant ice arrow, you do need to sidestep it. Those things do hurt.
You have experience with that?
UG for the engage. No, but AMI unfortunately are experiencing the absolute beatdown by UG as Crimson flies in over the wall trying to look for a scoop, but everyone has run away at the sight of UG just going headfirst into a crowd of 4. And AMI back off for now. Maryville University are not going to take the inhibitor tower. They are just going to go straight for the Baron here on spawn.
I think we're starting to see some of the compositional problems rearing their head here for Apex Mission Impossible. Maryville is just sieging their base completely for free, not just because they're ahead, but Apex doesn't really have the means to break the siege. And Maryville is so strong when grouped up as 5, and they continue to just show really good fundamentals, push sides, collapse towards A lane, and they make that one happen for the millionth time this game. Arbrio, big objective bounty secured on the bottom side at the very least to keep the gold under 10K. But as we can see in the picture-in-picture replays, every time Maryville groups up on mid, there's just no recourse for this AMI comp.
Yeah. For AMI, their only lead was in Retro, and the Shockwave will clip Obstinatus. Good use of the Strikebreaker slow. Obstinatus will fall die first, but Baz getting routed out by UG, and Crimson and Spyrex have both, or Spyrex has TP'd in. Arbrio trying to look if he can trade a 1-for-1 before he goes down, but gets kited by the Ash. Crimson currently running down Bio as now the rest of the AMI members are fleeing at the sight of UG charging recklessly into them. But you can recklessly charge at the opponents when you are this far ahead, nearly 4,000 gold ahead of his counterpart.
I mean, Yuji is having a really great series, man. He's looked phenomenal in both of these games. Easy MVP in my eyes for how he's played things out. Just diving forward onto the back line, saying, hey, you guys can deal with the rest of the front line. I'm going in.
And they take the inhibitor right off of the back of it too, Hawk. And we are back to the somewhat stock standard 11,000 gold advantage at the 20-minute mark for Maryville University. Bio falls instantly to the combo of Spirax and crew as they begin their siege with the Baron buff on this bottom inhibitor tower.
This might just be the game right here. Flash forward from Spirax. Not going to result in a kill just yet.
They try to go in. UG.
There's
like
no
you said,
dive.
Hawk, there is no way for them. Oh, what a nice, nasty encore from Obstinatus. Hits all three, and that's the game. That's the series. The Saints have stamped their dominance once again, and there's nothing that AMI can do to stop them. Maryville University will officially clinch playoffs for the NACL Spring 2026 season, now moving and tying energy for first place in the league.
Maryville playing like a first team as well. Deathless on the series for UG, and back-to-back low 20-minute victories for them. Yeah, at the table, but this was still a really impressive 4-0 week for Maryville. This looks like a team that's ramping up for the playoffs.
This team, when they're in form, Hawk, is nearly unstoppable. Obviously, there was some mistakes that happened from them, and credit to AMI for kind of forcing them into those scenarios where they were taking advantage of maybe some, whether you call it disrespect or some complacency from some of the Saints members. I think it is safe to say that the one constant in that series was Yuji in the jungle, who I think we can safely say is our MVP for today's win. It's hard not to praise this guy because most of the time he is putting on the cleanest League of Legends gameplay out of any other player in the league.
Whew, I mean, that's a Xin Zhao almost leading the damage charts. Yeah, I mean, he played great. He tracked Bio both games extremely efficiently, especially game 2 when he got invaded and managed to completely turn it around on his opposite number and just taking very intelligent skirmishes, linking up with his good buddy Spirax every single time and just making plays towards whatever lane that Maryville's calling. They're so good at generating numbers, and I think that was one of the best things that I saw in this series from them was their ability to just group up and get things going.
Yeah. I think the one thing that I really appreciated about UG against AMI in particular this series is there was a moment where almost every player from Maryville today had I should have not disrespected them here kind of moment where Scary Jerry and Obstinatus were taking the 2v2, trying to see if they could limit test them, and Baz and Protoss sometimes got the better of them. Same thing happened with Spirax. Thought that he could outrun the shockwave, flashes a little too late, gets punished. Even Crimson almost died to Arbrio a couple times or overstayed on the turret. But Yuji, even in the second game where Bio has the level 1 advantage, he doesn't try to flip it. He just says, okay, yep. He beats me level 1. I'm just going to back off. I'm going to put a ward down, try and protect my vision around it, and I'm just going to then look for alternative routes. That is a jungler that has tamed their ego and understands me losing this blue buff is not the end of the world if he continues playing for it.
I mean, Mark, honestly, I feel like one of the things that you guys as a formerly Academy broadcast team that I was able to watch coming up back when UG was winning all these MVPs and stuff, one of the things that you always praised him for was his discipline. And I just feel like it was on full display here. He's always such a clean, calculated player. He made it happen exactly the way things needed to happen. And I completely agree. I think regardless of any like mental errors or just little flubs from Maryville and outplays from Apex Mission Impossible, I want to give Baz and Protoss credit, I think their early laning in both games was actually pretty good. They took some really nice like level 1, level 2 trades to try and get some stuff going for themselves in the 2v2. Yuji had none of that. He didn't deal with any of it. He was completely locked in the entire time, just doing what needed to be done. Business as usual for him.
Yep. If the rest of the map is starting to devolve a bit into chaos, there's got to be one person on the team that is still keeping things stable. And Yuji understood his role in that game. Even if Bio is making all these crazy ganks or bot lane is going all the way to single-digit health bar numbers, Yuji understands, well, I'm going to get this dragon. I'm going to get these grubs. I'm going to get these camps. I'm going to farm on up. And then by the time I hit my spikes, yeah, it's not the most quote-unquote exciting, explosive gameplay, but it is consistent. It is reliable. And sometimes you need to make sure that you have one thing in your life that is not falling apart
Wow.
when things are getting crazy.
Mark, you want to talk about it, man? I'm here for you.
Listen, man, it's 2026. Get me to 2027.
Yeah, dude, I feel, hey, man, it's already April. It's May. Oh, my goodness. It's May. Well, that's crazy.
May.
Well, we may have an interview, not with our MVP. Shout out to Yuji, but we wanted to talk to the guy that we've not gotten to talk to too much this season because he hasn't played as much. Crimson doing a great job stepping into the top side of the map. Woo! Let's bring him in here for a winner's interview. Crimson, my guy, a really nice series from you. How you feeling?
Honestly, I feel pretty amazing. I got my couple solo kills in. You know, my team is vibing. Like, I feel great. Couldn't complain.
Love it. Oh, I love to hear that the vibes are good too, man. It's great to hear from you. Second series on the NACL split for you so far. Just want to ask you a little bit more about that. You know, how do you, where do you feel like your role is in this team currently, and when can we expect to see you playing for the squad?
Honestly, in terms of my role, I feel like I'm a really stable player. Like that's kind of like a lot of my players obviously have like a lot of experience, like Fyrax, UG, Jay, and even Austin at it. So like, I think like just having like a solid top laner, just like keep them aground. Like I think that's like kind of what they need right now.
I love it.
My life is so easy playing with them. Easy to go. Easy to go. Literally everyone wants to go.
I love it, dude. Yeah, life is so easy. I'm just gonna let them go crazy, and I'm gonna sit here with my CS lead, my solo kill, and I'm gonna be really happy about it. I love that mentality, dude. I gotta ask you too, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first year in college. Just tell me about it. How have things been for you over at MU?
It's been amazing. Like just the in-person environment as well, being on a team, like eating food together, working out together, doing literally everything together. Like there's nothing I can complain about. If anything, it makes me like want to get closer with my teammates, like know the schedules, you know, and yeah.
Dude, we always hear about the great in-person environments that all the collegiate programs have. So I'm really happy for you that you're able to be a part of it. And not only do you have all your great teammates, but you've got a pretty legendary coach, Coach Niles. We've seen what he's done for top laners like Zamudo. What's it been like working under his tutelage?
Honestly, there's nothing I can complain about. Again, like even right before we came into this match, we were actually doing 1v1. We were playing Nar versus their next exact same matchup, and he's like,
nice.
He's like, are you ready for the Nar pick? And I'm like, bro, I was born ready, you know. So literally, it's like amazing having someone who I can always do 1v1s with as well, and just someone who can just teach me about the game, like as I go along. It's like my journey.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's super cool. And I'm glad that the practice clearly paying off because the Nar looked pretty damn good, Crimson. Before I let you go, do you have anything else you want to say to all the fans out there? Yeah, for the series.
Honestly, just keep an eye out for me. That's the biggest thing I would say. And just thank you guys so much for supporting me.
Of course. Always a pleasure, Crimson. Seriously, I'm hoping I get to see more of you as the season continues. A really impressive win for you and the rest of the squad today. You're officially clinched for playoffs. You excited?
Against me versus Sniper? Perhaps? The twin brother?
The brotherly showdown. I think it needs to happen. We're manifesting it. Well, go take it easy. Go enjoy the victory. Celebrate with your teammates. We'll be seeing you in a week or two. I am absolutely sure. And congratulations once again on clinching and the victory. But for now, let's bring Rafa back on in here so we can get geared up and ready to go for our second series. Dude, that guy is he's always so positive. I always love talking to Crimson.
Dude, vibes are immaculate with Crimson whenever he's on the screen, man. He's just super positive. I mean, both he and Sniper always have this very, very like I don't want to call it just positive, because there's almost like this warm light that comes from them.
It's
like
very youthful. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
it's youthful, and it's also just very bubbly as well.
Yeah.
And you just feel like the room brightens up when they step in. But we have to pay tribute to, as Crimson was saying, one of the GOATs in UG, who was our MVP of this series, putting on a GOAT-like performance on the Nocturne and the Xin Zhao.
I'm going to be honest. I mean, Crimson, absolutely no disrespect. He was like, my life was so easy when I play with these guys. And I think I could win in the top lane for Maryville if UG was my jungler, dude. Like, he was on another level in this series. I love how he mentioned that his life is easy because, damn, UG just popped the hell off for the whole team. He got every lane going. He was leading the charge from minute 1 to minute 25 or whenever both those games ended. So yeah, very impressive performance. 12-0 and 21 is a good scoreline.
Very true. I will say, I think it still goes hand in hand that laners need to be winning for then the jungler to be able to win everything else on the map. And as much as we give credit over to UG, I think a lot of those advantages do not manifest themselves if Maryville don't have
for sure
the laners necessary, strong enough at least to put that kind of pressure. But that is a close on our first series of the day between Maryville University and Apex Mission Impossible, who are now, unfortunately, no longer able to clinch playoffs. We now go to our second and final series of the day between Blue Otter and Supernova. A very similar story where Blue Otter, this is a do or die match if they still want to make a run to playoffs. If they lose this series against Supernova, they are no longer able to make that run.
Yep, so must win exactly the same position that Apex Mission Impossible was in, because not only if they lose, they also do find themselves in a position where they will no longer control their destiny for a promotion relegation. Expectations coming into the season were going to be that Blue Otter and Supernova will be closer teams than maybe AMI and Maryville, but that is not exactly where the realities have found themselves. We're really going to have to see if Blue Otter is able to bring some clutch to the table.
Well, we'll see how they can fare against Supernova, who are looking super hot, especially after their win against Conviction last week. So let's go ahead and talk to the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Mr. Risington himself, aka Coach Bach, in the booth, back at it again. Yeah. Oh, he's going with a little more smooth, a little suave mogging this time around as he enters the screen. Yeah, real. Bach. So I see that the room background is starting to flourish even more. You've added an additional plant, I think.
Yeah. See, I got it's like a jade plant and a rubber plant over here that my fiance almost killed, so I'm trying to save it. And then I have all my broccoli sprouts coming in, and I have to keep them inside.
You're growing broccoli?
Oh, dude, I got a whole garden out here, man.
Oh my goodness. You got to be feeding the team good with all their greens, getting all the health in there.
All about development over here, whether it's plants or players, man. Just got to keep up.
Cultivating talent. That is your game, Mr. Bach. I want to talk to you about your last series win against Conviction, because not only did you guys pop the hell off, but Zyko in particular returning to the Nautilus, which is, we're still kind of an enchanter heavy meta, but seeing him willingly just put me on the Nautilus duty, man. Let me go in on these guys. Where did that conclusion come from? Was that just from scrims, or was that something that kind of spurred the moment you decided in draft?
No, we've been we don't let the meta define us. We're defining the meta. But realistically, I don't think Ryan gets enough love for how smart and how well developed he is as a player right now. So I got to give him his flowers. When he sees an angle, he's like, yo, pick me this, I'm going to carry. Hey, he has my full trust, my full faith, and he performs. I want this guy in LCS. I'm not trying to glaze. He's my boy. Get him out of my league, man. Get him somewhere else.
Those are always very affectionate words whenever we say get him out of our league. We said it about Masu, we've said it about Yuji, and I can definitely agree with you. Zyko, man, he finds some nasty angles, man. Would love to see him at tier 1. Going further down the rabbit hole, we talked a lot about Shoji the last time we had you on the interview, but I want to start moving to some other members as well, because I think Levitate has been flying under the radar. I know the first couple of weeks there is some struggles there, but I think most recently he's stepped up a lot in his game and in his team fighting in particular.
Yeah, I think it's like a big deal for Joseph because he was like a really hyped prospect when he first came into the league, and then he went through a full year or so where he just wasn't able to find his way back in. And now that he's in here, I think he's really starting to actually discover the player that he could be all along. But it's not like a magical thing. You don't just wake up one day and you're like, wait a minute, here I am. It's a process, and he's making progress. I'm very proud of Joseph. He is becoming a more vocal and positive voice on the team. So like, I want you to put a pin in this right now. If you think you like where he's at right now, wait till you see him in summer. So,
okay, Joseph, summer 2026, lookout world. Levitate will be Super Saiyan mode. Last question for you, Bonk, and let's touch on jungle top lane, because I think the Hoarder music lineup has been pretty interesting. Obviously, Hoarder got to play against his former team, and he was pretty proud about it on socials, taking the win against them. What are some of the things that you made note of for music and Hoarder to improve on, and what have they done so far to deliver on that expectation?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of, like, Hoarder just mentioned this yesterday. He's like, wait, Bach, you've been my coach in every split I've been in NACL. I just realized that. I'm like, yo, thanks, bro. You just now realized that? But I think it's been a real treat seeing Chris kind of grow from a little bit of an upstart rookie who used to argue too much to now he's literally stepped in. Like, he's still not a veteran. This is his second year, his third split. So he's like in that middle ground, right? But he's been this like mature voice on the team, really helping like understand his role and trying new styles of play. So I think as he fleshes out these other styles of play that he struggled with traditionally, like that's like where he's going to see a lot of growth, especially in this leadership role. And then Sean, I think Sean is a monster in the jungle. He, like, without selling things too far down the road here, I don't want to give away all our secrets, but I mean, he's an aggressive guy. When he learns how to channel that aggression, like, he's going to become like extremely dangerous. But he knows this. We know this. We talk all the time about this sort of stuff. But yeah,
this is the perfect meta to do it. All the junglers right now, especially the best ones, have that level 1 invade strategy kind of down on lock if you are able to find avenues for it. So always love hearing more insights about the players from you, Bach. Before I let you go, any last words?
Yeah, I got a couple shout outs here. Shout out number 1, shout out mid lane for being the strongest role because it's in the middle of the map. Shout out Joseph because he had a birthday on April 23rd when I had an interview, but I was so excited that I forgot to shout him out. So shout out Joseph, birthday. Shout out Blue Otter for having some of the best social posts I've seen. Just week after week, they're killing it out there, even though we're going to kill them today on the Rift. They've been killing it on socials. And then shout out all the co-streamers except for Bonchiley because she always makes fun of me for being bald. I'm not bald. You can see I got some hair up there.
Wow. You know, calling out your shots as well as shouting out the people that deserve love. Thank you, Bach. Always a pleasure talking to you, and good luck in your match today.
Thank you.
Those were some of the most elite shoutouts I think I've ever heard. They're killing it on social media, but we're gonna kill them today. Like, someone,
dude, that's a bar.
Someone make one of those like NBA quote graphics with that, please. That was really funny.
Yeah, I if not, we might just have to run it as a lower third for this series. But man, how do I compose myself after that? Let's look at the rosters for today's series as we close out or get closer to closing out the show here, Mr. Hawk. It is Blue Otter on one side of the Summoner's Rift with Ariana, Munchie, Samakin, Spawn, and Rovex in the starting 5.
And it's good to see Blue Otter back with their full regular 5-man scheduled roster. I know there was a bit of difficulty with that last week. And I think for them, the story is still the same. Munchie has been the biggest carry for them, but he has struggled to carry consistently game in and game out. And I think for the rest of the lanes for Blue Otter, we've just not really seen a consistent level of performance. I've talked about how clutch a guy like Rovex, how clutch a guy like Samikin has been over the last 2.5 years of covering them between tier 3 and their ascent into tier 2. And this is Last Chance Saloon. They have got to show me that they still have that left, because I don't think this split has lived up to the expectations that I had for them.
Yeah, they started off really promising, and then it has been, unfortunately, a slow dwindling of kind of the ceiling that we were starting to see early on. I know that I was super hyped about Munchie on the way that he found really strong, like, pathing and jungle advantages for himself. I even got hyped off of the Master Yi lock-in and how it looked good for the first 10-15 minutes of the game, and then but yeah, ever since then it looks like Blue Otter are just not playing nearly as clean as we've kind of expect some of their more experienced players to be, which is definitely a shame. But now they have to try and lock in against their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift in Supernova. Top lane, still Hoarder, and the rest of the roster as follows: Music, Shochi, Levitate, and Zyko. And one of my favorite things that Blue Otter did, as Bach mentioned, they are killing it on social posts. They had I think it was a Jujutsu Kaisen social post where, hang on, I'm going to pull this up because this was so fire.
Well, while you do that, first of all, going band for band on anime references with Shochi, who is like an anime main character, very dangerous. Just putting that out there. But also, man, I loved listening to a coach come into an interview with us and just come to bat for his players basically for 5 minutes straight, because he is completely right about everything he said. And I really want to give a special focus to Zyko, because I've also always been a big fan of this player. I feel like he kind of had an off split last summer where I feel like maybe he was a little bit burnt out, just wasn't quite playing to the level that we had expected, where, you know, back in like 2024, early 2025, I think I would have said he's the best support in the league. And honestly, I think he's right back to playing around that level. I did crown Obstinatus as number 1, but Zyko is for sure up there in the top 3. And I think especially in recent weeks, he's been the biggest reason why I think Supernova has started winning a lot of games. Has been Zyko, I feel like, has been playing very, very well, compared to maybe a little bit rough for like the first week or two.
Yeah, but they definitely started to look more locked in. And even their one series where they were pretty close in being able to win the series, or not win the series, but Shochi had a massive pop off. We thought that maybe that they could continue.
It was a close 2-0.
It was a close 2-0. But we're actually taking a dive towards the bottom side of the map for both of these teams in our face-to-face matchup. It is going to be Spawn and Levitate that we're focusing on. As you already heard from Bach, Levitate is in a position where he is slowly starting to realize the player that he wants to be and how he defines himself from the rest of the league. Summer 2026 is when we are expecting peak Joseph, as Bach shouted out. And for Spawn, he is one of the more experienced players on this roster for Blue Water, and even though he's been mostly a role player for most of the teams that he's been on, whether it was on Dignitas Academy back in his debut in 2022, and over the years of him being a more consistent, reliable player, this is a time where he might have to step up and just try and be a 1v9 carry instead, because the rest of Blue Otter is starting to fall apart in these last series that we've seen them.
And I'm going to keep it a buck with you, Mark. I think Spawn really needs to step up. To me, these players are on two opposite trajectories right now with their careers, where Levitate actually starting in the place where Spawn now finds himself as the AD carry for Blue Water, making his debut. He played a year in the NACL and I think was pretty good, not great, right? And as Bach mentioned, he's kind of, I think, trying to make that rise to superstardom. He's not done it yet. He's currently still working on it. He's in his Rocky training arc. And this is a really great opportunity to, against Spawn, try to do that. And for Spawn, you know, he's had a long and storied career. He's been a great player for a long time. I've not been very impressed with him on this split. I wanted to see more consistency, more carry potential out of the bottom lane for Blue Water, and it just doesn't feel like that's really happened, to be honest. Last series that they played, he started the game with a triple kill, or it was against AMI. I guess it wasn't their last series, but he started the game with a triple kill and wasn't able to convert that into a win. And I know it's not entirely on him, but I think when we're talking about all the carries on Blue Water just not quite having the same sauce that they once did, I include Spawn in that conversation.
Absolutely. I think Spawn and Rovex is more than has a lot of experience under their belt that they should be able to convert a lot more of these advantages that they find more consistently than some of our newer bot lanes, despite the skill disparity. But Blue Otter and Supernova have begun their draft already. 3 bans have flown away from Blue Otter's side: Rise, Victor, and Nocturne. Supernova taking out the Orion, Karma, and finally the tried and true Samikin Zoe.
Both these junglers, very aggressive junglers, so I'm expecting a lot of priority down towards that role. I think the biggest question is whether or not we see Pantheon get locked in, especially now that the Nocturne Handshake is not available, which both of these guys have been big fans of. So Music is going to have to go towards a different counter pick. Something like the Vi does immediately stick out to me as a really nice option, or the Jarvan, just a strong power pick that could be taken away. We do get Bard, though, for Zyko on this first rotation, which is a really cool pick. It's something that's going to allow him to get active on the map, and that's always been, to me, the best part of Zyko's game, is his ability to roam around. He feels like he always is able to create something anywhere on the map whenever he gets activated.
Yeah.
So getting this Bard, it's just one step in that direction.
Supernova lock in Aurora as their second, keep things kind of open. Obviously, this Aurora is not just a option for Shochi, could be flexed to Hoarder if for some reason Blue Otter decided to go for something that could be exposed by the Aurora in the top lane as a counter pick. Blue Otter thinking about what their possible options are. They might have to just look at this Annie as a potential blind pick since this Aurora isn't finalized in her position. Blue Otter could try and go for their support of choice or somewhere else, as there's many AD carries that are available, but Ashe Seraphine, while powerful as a duo, you would not be able to lock in as a duo right now since you only have 1 pick left before the second round of bans.
And this might be the shortest range champion that I've ever seen Samikin lock in. Only his second game of Annie in his career, first one on the split. Yes, it is pretty decent into the Aurora. Really allows you to neutralize the lane and try to generate pressure. Move around with Munchie, as we did mention, kind of the main carry of the early games for Blue Otter. But it's definitely not the more artillery, long range, super carry oriented pick that we've come to recognize Samikin for. So definitely going to be a bit of a change of pace for the mid laner of Blue Otter.
Jarvan gets locked in, as you anticipated. Supernova just keeping things flexible in what their overall composition does look like, as we might have to take a return to draft in just a few. But Pantheon, Annie, Nocturne, that is a lot of single target lockdown that Blue Otter have drafted for themselves. So in terms of engage tools, they're plenty in supply. It's not necessarily AoE engage, unless if you find like a flash Tibber stun, but Blue Otter, I feel like there's one person that they're going to be always hunting for on Supernova's side.
And it makes it very difficult to play a champion like Aurora. And we've talked a lot about how Shochi really has been the carry of the Supernova team. For as great as I think everyone has played, and I think the team has kind of ramped into this split, I do want to temper some expectations in that I feel that when Shochi is not playing well, when he's not enabled, Supernova is still not winning games. So I like this idea from Blue Otter to potentially generate a composition that can shut him down. But power picks that I'm looking at as we move into the second phase of picks and bans, Ambessa is a very big one. I think if you let Ambessa go to either Ariana or Hoarder, it is a very big mistake, especially with the composition that I feel like both sides have locked in. Very aggressive and a lot of dive.
And you have a lot of setup for, at least on Blue Otter's side, for this Ambessa, right? So many single target stuns that should guarantee the public execution to connect. We're not on the patch where her ultimate cast time got nerfed, where it is a lot easier to dodge. But yeah, Ambessa ban has not seen the table at all, so it is open for the taking.
Renekton's ban too.
If Supernova don't take Ambessa, then there's got to be something that Hoarder has cooked up specifically into the matchup that he feels confident about.
The only other question is Hoarder's best champion, in my opinion, is Rumble, and that one is also still on the table to go for the Hot Pot combo with this Jarvan, but giving over an Mbessa with no Renekton counter seems really scary with the compositions that have been locked in, because, I mean, just a fighter that can really get in the mix and crush things, and instead, we're going to just drop top lane picks. So, Supernova is passing the buck to Blue Water. Do you take the Mbessa? Do you take the Rumble? Is it some secret third thing that I'm not expecting? We'll have to find out right now.
Blue Water still, apart from their top laner, have to pick an 80 carry for Spawn to link up with this Nautilus. Do you just embrace the full dive and go for something like a Kai'Sa here? I know we haven't seen her in a hot minute, but I'm curious, Hawk, because Blue Water have...
I don't think you can get away with Kai'Sa into Sivir.
What can punish
It'd be
Sivir
very difficult.
then?
I mean, like something... the Varus band's really good. I don't want to see Ezreal here, which is Spawn's favorite champion. I don't even know. What do you go for here?
Things that can all in with the Nautilus. I mean, I know you said
Like
you don't like the
Misfortune?
Kai'Sa, but I feel like when everyone else is diving, maybe
Wow.
laning phase.
Okay.
Okay, so like laning phase, maybe it's not the strongest, but this identity is full on dive. Hang on, Hoarder. What are we cooking? Don't tempt me with the hovers now, Ryan. I need you to... I need you to show me what's the sauce that Hoarder has been. If this ends up just being a Rumble, I don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
I don't think you can play Rumble against 5 dive. I think that discourages the Rumble really heavily. I like the Rek'Sai hover. I like this a lot. Yeah, that's a really good pick. It discourages dives so intensely because, one, you always have the opportunity to go in on the isolated member, but two, when Blue Otter tries to dogpile in, if they group up, the AoE knockup can be game-changing, especially with the very fast AoE burst that Supernova has. If Shochi and Levitate survive the dive, they will output a lot of DPS extremely quickly, and they're not the easiest champions to one-shot either. So Blue Water, they're playing a composition that's 5 people right into the back line trying to party on one member. But Supernova, if they can stall things out, they've got to let a damage and counter engage of their own.
Supernova have the opportunity to be flexible in whether they go forward or backward. Blue Water, it's only forward. They only want to just completely blitz the opposition. And I think when you're a team that is on the verge of losing your spot in clinching playoffs, I can understand going for a super aggressive look like this. Blue Water just trying to take an approach where they are pushing themselves to always be forcing plays and always be unified in where you're going, and it's forward.
And as we look towards the early game, I have to put a microscope on mid lane. Samikin going for the Annie counter pick into the Aurora, not a champion that I associate with this player. And he has got to win this lane. He has got to generate pressure for his team and be able to move first with Munchie, because these mid-jungle duos are extremely volatile, and they can bring their volatility to side lanes with crippling effectiveness. So Samikin, I need to see him be able to generate that lead and that pressure, keep Shochi off the map, because if he gets going, he is going to carry. Other big question for me, Levitate and Zyko, they've got the double range matchup against this Kai'Sa. Does Spawn's Kai'Sa pick get punished? Mark, I agree with you that it makes sense with the 5 dive comp. Just go in, but it will be an uphill battle in the laning phase for Spawn and Rovex. So if Levitate and Zyko are able to effectively punish, that's a big advantage for Supernova in potentially keeping the highest DPS carry on Blue Water down.
And this goes back to our featured face-to-face matchup for this series, Levitate versus Spawn. Levitate, once again, kind of going to a role utility style with this Sivir. Obviously, you are really strong with wave clear, and you can kind of just absorb pressure while Zyka goes to roam. You will be a strong, very, very monster of a team fighter once you get 4 or 5 items on your side. Spawn, we asked this player to step up and be a superstar for this roster, especially in light of their recent performances as a team. Kai'Sa is one of those carries that can get it done, and we're going to find out if Blue Otter have what it takes to pick up a game win and a series momentum drive against Supernova as we take to Summoner's Rift for Game 1.
Mark, I'm really excited for this first game. I know Blue Water has looked really rough over the last couple of weeks, but this is still a team filled with players that we have seen great things from throughout their NACL careers, and a very explosive couple of compositions locked in for this first one. Massive stakes as playoff hopes are on the line here for Blue Water for Supernova. They do not technically clinch with a win here today. However, 5 wins expected to be the magic number by split's end unless something really crazy happens.
It would be quite crazy to have 5 series wins and still not be in playoff contention, but the math and the numbers don't lie. We still need a little bit more data before we get to 5 being the clinch ticket in, as Munchie was spotted on the top side of the map with an early ward from Supernova. Munchie will be pathing towards the bottom side of the map, whereas Music is going to be playing towards his Rex side, which makes a lot of sense given that Supernova allowed Hoarder to get his counter pick of choice. And if you are able to shut down this Mbessa early and give Rek'Sai the advantage, you can't push out this champion. The sustain that you get from just constantly fighting and trading is pretty damn impressive.
And I thought Hoarder had a really great game on this pick in the series that we got to cover against Conviction. Doing such a great job of utilizing his health bar as a resource against Sniper and taking a pretty substantial 1v1 advantage. So we'll see if he can continue on that trajectory, as I think Hoarder, he had a really exciting rookie year. I think he's been a little bit quiet to start off this sophomore season, if you will, where he's not been bad. He's just, you know, been taking his time, I think, to ramp up. Not as flashy carry performances, but a really good couple of games in recent weeks. As Bach mentioned, going to try to keep scaling up into a great player. That's a monster trade from Blue Otter.
Very nicely done by Spawn and Rovex, who not only burned Flash from Levitate off screen and Barrier. Meanwhile, top lane, that's what we called out. Music pathing to the top side of the map, trying to look for a Flash follow-up, but doesn't really find anything else. Ariana, at the very least, is down a Summoner Spell in the matchup.
Yeah, good look there from Music, but the Flash looking a little bit goofy, as I definitely think Ariana was out. Just going to go and secure the crab, ends up being Flash for Flash. I still think that feels okay if you're Supernova. You don't need that Flash too terribly as the Jarvan, at least not this early into the game. And both junglers just going to take first resets, so no massive counterpunch coming out from Munchie on the opposite side either. And we're probably just going to go back to these mismatched clears. Be wary, though, always on these mismatched clears. Volatility can always come through. There will always be a numbers advantage for one team or the other on opposite sides.
Very true. You know, Music can always rewrite the narrative and saying, actually, I flashed first, and then that forced Ariana to flash. So in that way, it kind of,
exactly.
It makes sense.
Music was like, oh, I'm just going to try to go Flash for Flash with this guy. Everything just went according to plan, actually.
True. Yep. It's like, oh, he flashed first? Well, I have to flash because that was part of my game plan. Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Lines up. So we're about 40 seconds away from the first
That's the cope I would expect from a jungler.
Listen, man, I know how a jungler feels as I'm just looking out, making sure that Music has the benefit of the doubt from the people. 30 seconds away from first dragon spawning. Not sure if either of these junglers want to look for early Drake stacking. There's some, obviously, Blue Otter is a composition that wants to go forward, but I don't know if they're necessarily like a beatdown composition where they get outscaled. Hang on, Munchie.
So, Rafa, we talked about pathing towards the top side of the map, and they're holding this wave continuously because Zyko and Levitate are down summoner spells with their jungler on their side, but there's fighting in mid instead.
Munchie tries to follow up. He knows that Music does not have flash. Does he want to look for a flash W? Not quite. Between him and Samakin, probably just not confident in the amount of damage that they would be able to have, as Shoshi does take a big chunk. Oh, flash from Samakin for the stun!
Whoa!
Disrespecting the Annie potential. First blood goes over to Samakin.
Yeah, bad death there from Shochi and a really nice commitment from Blue Water. I mean, you know, for Munchie going in, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, oh, it's nice to chunk out the Aurora. And then he just dies as Samakin flashed. Tibbers had just enough mana to close out that kill. at the very least, a play happening mid does bail out Levitate and Zyko to be able to push out their wave with no jungle intervention. But I think Blue Otter is going to be pretty happy about the result of that play.
Yeah. I don't think Blue Otter was necessarily expecting that to really come their way, but Munchie, good on him for just saying, hey, this is kind of illegal. You can't just path like this on Pantheon, baby. And Samikin had enough mana in the tank and able to pop Shochi before he had a chance to react. So now, the one benefit for Supernova is that there's now no flash on Annie. That's super easy for Jarvan to gank now that he has access to level 6. But if Munchie is covering for him, then those counter ganks can be deadly and what spirals Blue Otter into a well-needed snowball.
Supernova, though, going to take away the dragon, so things going to maintain relative equality up to this point. The main advantages being the kill in the mid lane for Sammy, but also a pretty nice CS lead starting to open up for Hoarder. I think expected in this Rek'Sai Ambessa matchup. We already talked about how well Hoarder has been able to pilot this Rek'Sai, and seems to be continuing here in the first game of the series.
Hasn't been a chance for Supernova to make a repeat visit on Ariana while his flash is gone. Can be a little slippery to dodge out on, or it can be slippery to just make those escapes happen, especially if Music is not able to close the distance fast enough there. So more than likely, it doesn't seem like Supernova are gonna be able to punish on that, but Hoarder, like you said, is totally fine. First dragon was taken by Music. Samikin throws down Tibbers just to get a quick chunk of Shochi's health bar here. Curious if that is gonna allow Munchie to look for anything aggressive.
Oh, this is what I wanted to see out of Samikin, right? Get pressure on the waves and then move with your jungler. There's a blue buff to be taken here for Blue Water. They are obviously down in ultimate, but maybe they don't even need him if they can just find this bot lane dive.
For a second, I thought that Munchie was about to send it with the Grand Starfall. Would have been hell of a Kangle, but the minion wave dies a little too fast. Supernova are gonna be alive for now, but because Music was forced to cover for that potential dive, he gives up access to the blue buff, and Munchie is able to counter jungle away a camp for himself here.
Yeah, I still think that's a nice move for Blue Water. Again, they gravitate Music down towards the bottom side. They do still get the camp, so it is an advantage traded. And it does mean that the Grub's going to be delayed on this cross map here as well for Supernova. Something I do want to mention is that obviously Ariana's flash now back up, but also Levitate's flash, which was blown in some of the early trading on the bottom side of the map. So it does mean there's a lot less threat of the Pantheon cross-mapping bot lane. As I say that, he's still down here.
Potentially looking, big chunk from Rovix and Spawn. Killer Instinct used to reposition to get a couple more auto attacks woven in onto Levitate. Munchie now seen on the control ward. So Levitate is trying to channel this recall as fast as possible, but Spawn can always interrupt it with the Void Seeker. Actually, Munchie threatens it with the Comet Spear. Levitate 50% HP, Zyko more than 50%. Teleport is coming in from Shochi, and that will dissuade the dive from Blue Water.
Good TP. Now, cross map on the top side. Here we go.
Hoarder and Music trying to lock down Ariana. Cataclysm there. Public execution, but Hoarder,
nice dodge!
Void Rush dodges out on the ultimate and showing the mastery on the Rek'Sai counter pick.
Shochi now, potentially picked by Munchie. Shouldn't die to this.
Has flash available. Takes a
He's got the
hop
base
across the veil. Yeah, he is way too low. Unless Zyko can bail him out with some hot cocoa.
Pretty high-level game on both sides, though, Mark, as I think Supernova getting the better of that sequence. They got the grubs while all the action was going on the bottom side of the map, and a really good TP cover from Shochi. Avoids really giving up too many minions as he had pushed out his wave beforehand. Gets his bottom lane out of that sticky spot, and a great outplay on the top side of the map from Hoarder to now put himself up 20 CS as well as that kill. This Rek'Sai looking like the strongest member on Summoner's Rift at 10 minutes.
Titanic Hydra fully completed too. This is such a strong power spike for a champion that wants to be able to hit max Fury as fast as possible so that you have access to your Furious Bite, which does true damage once maxed out. And Titanic Hydra, auto attack reset, very nice to have in this kit. And we'll see how well Hoarder can now use this advantage to continue suffocating Ariana on the top side, or if he wants to start looking for invades with music or even cross-map plays.
This game, though, Mark, still hanging very delicately in the balance. Despite a nice sequence from Supernova, we've also seen some nice sequences from Blue Water. These teams just exchanging blows. No one yet to really land a big haymaker. I'll say perhaps just a solid right hook coming out from Supernova with that top lane dive, but nothing that Blue Water can't come back from.
Yep, because the gold lead overall is still very, very close to even. As, like you said, the only advantage is from Hoarder's Rek'Sai. I mean, dude, they're awesome.
Hoarder's gonna get it all back too. Look at that, back to full.
If you had to lane against this champion and they get ahead, what do you do? Like, you can't take Ignite in the matchup unless you want to give up Teleport. Well, that's what Hoarder's doing, unfortunately, for Ariana's sake. Public Execution will at least allow him to sidestep part of the gank, but then the unburrow knockup into the EQ flag and drag makes it super easy for them to follow up. That is another kill in Hoarder's pockets, and Supernova will look to take the first turret of the game, while Blue Water take the consolation prize of the second dragon.
Pretty surprised Ariana opted to go down without flashing right there. I think if he avoided that unburrow, might have been able to just walk things out, but instead opts to hold the summoner spell and just ends up dying for the second time. First tower gonna go down on the top side, unless Ariana TPing, as Hoarder's just proxying him.
Meanwhile, Music forces Samakin away, burns the flash. Munchie sailing on in, realizing, oh hey, something might happen mid lane, and arrives just to say hello. No more fighting, kids. I'm gonna make sure I get a chance to look at my topside jungle, which has been farmed out by Music already. Maybe they can look for something on the Hoarder before he bases, but Ariana might not be strong enough without that public execution available.
To continue the boxing references, it just feels like Supernova working Blue Water's midsection right now, opening up very small advantages that could cascade into bigger ones. Hoarder really becoming a problem. Up 1.7k individually, has first tower pretty easy to be taken here if he's given the opportunity. He's up like a level and a half. So this Rek'Sai looking extremely strong. The saving grace for Blue Water is we've not looked bot lane in the last couple of minutes. Spawn is also starting to open up a pretty large lead for himself just off of the CS. But, I mean, the bullying continues on the top side of the map.
Hoarder first initiating the dive and being able to drop turret aggro with the Void Rash, continuing to push Ariana out. The flash comes out as a necessity, so that the top laner for Blue Water doesn't die a third time this game, but finally unlocks the first turret for Supernova.
Now 3v4 on the bottom side. Blue really has to get something back here, but I don't think they're going to be able to. It's TP for Hoarder.
Hoarder's here! He takes the first turret of the game, and now he's ready to play with the rest of his team, and Shochi's looking for a quick collapse. Blue Water's got to think fast. Tempered Fate will catch on the two. Shochi dodges on the dredge line, the Between Worlds, and look at the circles from Supernova. They have cut off Blue Water from their retreat. The Cataclysm will lock in Spawn, forces to use the Killer Instinct to be able to get out of harm's way. Rovex might be next, super tanky though, and forced to flash from Hoarder as he was going to look to follow up with that unburrow knockup.
Supernova is just outplaying Blue Water on Summoner's Rift right now. It's a teleport from Hoarder, and Zyko put the circle in the square hole. Multi-man Tempered Fate able to be followed up on from the rest of the squad. A really nice find as Blue Water, they have the right ideas of where the plays need to be, but Supernova's is just making theirs faster.
And now Supernova find themselves with nearly a 3,000 gold advantage just before 15 minutes into the game. Second dragon or third dragon is spawning in 2.5 minutes. Rift Herald about to come up in just under 10 seconds. And I cannot imagine Blue Water are going to feel confident about contesting Supernova on either of these objectives right now.
SN already redeploying to be able to set up for this Herald. No TP on Hoarder does mean that he's going to be forced to walk up to the top side. They got Shochi right now matching Samakin on the bottom side of the map with TP advantage, so should be pretty easy for Supernova to play this one. As you mentioned it, Blue Water not really having the resources and the vision control, most certainly in favor of the Heart of Amateur.
Oh, I remember that tagline. Supernova versus Maryville, heart of amateur versus the best of collegiate. Ooh.
The kings of collegiate, sir.
The kings of... Oh my gosh, you're right. The kings of collegiate.
That's iconic old school League of Legends right there.
What was that? 2021 summer?
2021, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 2021 summer.
Might have been. Yeah, it must have been 2021.
2021 summer. Could also I have to think back because this.
I'm trying to think. Could it even been like 2020? Because Odd Orange, was he on Maryville in 2021?
Yeah.
Or was he like? Was that one of the splits where he was in Academy?
No. Odd Orange was on Maryville 2021 because that was the year of Gateway Legends as well.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, it must have been 2021 then.
The through line is which year was Strompest on Supernova because he was the mid laner at the time.
That was 21, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
locked
that
it
sounds
in.
right.
We got there at the end. But by the time we look back in the replay for the VOD, maybe Twitch chat, all the OG old heads like us are probably screaming at us like, it's 2021 or it's this year. It's this one.
All the Lolix enjoyers right now are rolling their eyes at us.
True. It's like, how did these guys not know their ball? Supernova looking for a quick Rift Herald charge in the mid lane ahead of the third dragon spawn to get themselves some pressure here. Blue Water looking for an all-in dive, trying to collapse on them from the bottom side river. Zyko with a quick flash. Dodges out on Ariana's engaged, but Spawn follows up with the killer instinct. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cataclysm has locked down multiple members, and Chochi falls up on the Between Worlds ultimate cast. Samakin gets annihilated by Order with the Void Rush, flashes away to reposition before going back in for another knockup on the Ariana. And even with the public execution, it's his life that gets terminated. Supernova snowballing ahead with a 6,000 gold advantage of 17 minutes.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that was a 4 for 0. I need to replay this fight just from Zyko's point of view ASAP. He just taunted 2 members of Blue Water into chasing him around that fight, lived, and then in the separate 3 versus 4, Supernova cleaned up with ease. Another monster play for Shochi and Levitate and Hoarder and the rest of the boys as the AoE. We talked about the strength of their counter initiation, Mark. It was massive.
I just can't believe that Zyko actually lived. I figured
Look
he died.
at Zyko. There's an 80 carry and a top laner just chasing him, and he just runs around. Runs around the rifts, and he lives.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. And then with his lead, Hoarder able to get into the backline. Music, really nice multi-man knockup. And then Levitate and Shochi really just able to layer the damage on top. Great play from the Supernova front line to find a fight that probably just ends the game as dive in bot side, yet to result in a kill.
Yeah, Ariana's able to get out of it for now. Came at the cost of Flash. Hoarder might be attacked though. Flash from Munchie to guarantee the stun and the follow-up for Samakin. Shutdown goes over to the Pantheon. And maybe Blue Water can try and get some gold back into their inventories here. Taking some plates and this wave.
That's a really big find for Blue Water. Massive 1,000 gold shutdown. They're going to get some gold off of this tower. Not going to be the entire thing, unfortunately, for the objective bounty, but still 1K into the pocket of Munchie. Going to help close this gold gap somewhat, but things have really started to open up here for Supernova. 6.5 thousand gold is the lead. Outer turrets now taken as well. Should mean full river control going their way.
We are 30 seconds shy of the Baron spawning. Baron take damage from Supernova is decent. It's not super fast, but it's not super slow either. So if Supernova ever find a quick pick onto Munchie or enough members from Blue Water, I think they'll feel pretty confident about just going for a quick rip, as their numbers are currently focused on the top side of the map with a 4-1 push.
And Levitate just gonna brute force down this mid tower as Blue Water had a lot of members committed on the bottom. Objective bounty for Ariana, but kind of just getting brute forced as a punish. So nicely done from Supernova to trade that tower.
Tier 2 turret does fall in favor of Supernova, like you said. Blue Water tried to take the trade with that tier 1 turret, just trying to get any gold for themselves. Supernova, however, now on the hunt, looking for any overextended members, and Ariana is the prey. No flash on this Mbessa. Void Rush tries to close the distance. Ariana with the public execution tries to dodge out on some damage, but in the end, the 4 members of Supernova make the collapse happen. Now, a potential trade from Blue Water. Shochi over the wall, flash into the blast cone. Don't tell me he gets out. My goodness, Shochi just completely sidestepping everyone. Oh, but Munchie says, no, we will get this kill surely. Another shutdown in the hands of Munchie's Pantheon.
Shochi just a little bit too far up on the weak side lane when its team is making a play elsewhere. Nice find from Zyko, though.
Samakin locked down by the Tempered Fate, but good stall by Rovex. Will end up giving his life just to make sure that his mid laner walks away safely. The Supernova now have numbers on the map. 4 versus 3. Cataclysm onto Munchie. No flash on the Pantheon. That should be an easy pickup for either of these carries. Samakin tries to flash in to bail out his jungler, but it's way too late. And he is going down swinging, but still no kills retributed for the side of Blue Otter, while Hoarder continues the split push on the bot side of the map.
Zyko just having a really nice game. Good find on the Bard. Does miss the stun on a Samakin initially, but Rovex having to give his life for the cause, and then Munchie just walking by the portal and getting stunned up. I don't, maybe he didn't know you could get chained into that base gate. It is counted as a wall for the Cosmic Binding. Either way, all of Supernova just piling in on top of him, and I think Samakin thought he had more damage than he does. Flashing in onto Levitate's head and not even coming close to killing him in one combo.
Levitate now 4-0-6 on this server. The game necessarily hasn't been about him so far, but once again, Levitate has found himself quietly surmounting a lot of gold for himself, and now he has one of the biggest bounties. So all eyes from Blue Water are going to be on him next to try and come back in this game, but the engage first happens on Rovex as he and the rest of Blue Water were trying to face check for some vision, but unfortunately for them, Supernova had numbers in supply, and now they're looking for the Baron.
Blue Otter just continues to look very lost in the mid to late stages of the game as...
Good flash by Quarter.
Okay.
Samakin Tibbers down. Supernova continue leashing the Baron while sending just a couple members to make sure that Hoarder is bailed out. And the rest of Blue Water, they can look for a consolation prize in this Dragon, but it doesn't put them that much closer to a soul point to threaten Supernova with, as it is only their second of the game.
Yeah, this gold lead looking like it might be a little bit too much for Blue Otter to overcome, as I just don't agree with Rovex contesting River Vision there when they don't have control over the mid wave. They don't have control over the top wave. Just needs to be a little bit more patient, wait for the team behind him, especially because at this point in the 5 versus 5, you're already on the back foot as this Blue Otter composition. Ariana now, he's the one caught out. He's probably just gonna die.
Well, he has Flash. Tempered Fate, however, stalling out a fight on mid-wave. Shochi could be in trouble, but good luck and shield from Zyko. Shochi throws down between worlds for some good burst. Spawn tries to flash in for the shutdown, but dies mid-air. Oh, the agony for Blue Water this game, as there have been so many opportunities that were super close, but yet so far. And Supernova are blasting off to the stars once again, as they have done for the past couple of weeks. Supernova, a super dominant game with a 10,000 gold advantage here at 24 minutes, looking to lead the series 1-0.
Agony far more painful than yours, Mark, as Supernova just rolling over Blue Water. Spawn not able to find the prize that he was looking for. Prince Charming getting struck down in front of the Nexus. A really dominant game one here from Supernova.
One last stand from Blue Otter, but with the Nexus fully exposed and the rest of Supernova farming some extra kills for themselves, and the minion wave starting to pound away at the end, Supernova take the game 1-0.
And that was a sub 25-minute win. That game getting started off of the back of Hoarder's efforts in the 1 versus 1, and Music and Shochi, just like what we saw against Conviction, just cyberbullying the enemy top laner. Ariana, I think, finished that game like 0-6-0, 0-7-0, as there was just so much attention thrown his way. And Blue Water, they had the right ideas of how to try to counterpunch in the cross maps.
Yeah.
But their setups just weren't as good. And Supernova was so aware of Blue's capabilities, multiple really good counter teleports coming out from the solo laners in order to protect their bottom lane, make sure Levitate was able to scale, and the game completely exploding in that mid fight where Zyko ran 2 members around and Music and the rest of the team were able to just dive forward.
Talk about that Hoarder counter pick. It paid off. The Ambessa Gambit was thrown down, and Supernova come out on top with the game 1 win. Gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 2 between Supernova and Blue Otter. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. 2 different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks. Or wait, no. Oh, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Hello, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to NACL. We are getting ready for our second and potentially final game of the day between Supernova and Blue Otter, because the way Supernova completely dismantled Blue Otter in that mid game was probably the cleanest game we have seen on the day.
I mean, Supernova just played a clinical game. They had a game plan. They got counterpick for Hoarder. They camped the hell out of Ariana, and then they blew open the game through that advantage. And not only that, despite the competitiveness of the early game, they played very composed on the bottom side of the map. They avoided giving over really any freebies. I think the only one was the first blood, with Shochi kind of having a silly death to Samakin to start things off. After that, Supernova looked completely locked in, and Hoarder, you can see him at the top of the damage charts. He led the charge, individually generating a lead, and then a couple of jungle dives and a mid gank later, blowing open the game.
Yeah, very tough for Blue Otter, even though that we had noted some of the strengths that this composition could have had for them by all being able to go forward. By the time they got a chance to actually link up as 5, it just seemed like the execution was not enough to overcome Supernova, because, well, quite frankly, I think Supernova just outplayed the hell out of them.
Yeah, I agree. It felt like Supernova individually on a high level, and still Blue Otter, despite some decent early games, they really just don't, to me, look like a team that is playing together in the team fights. That first major 5 versus 5, they were completely dismantled by SN, and they never looked back really after taking that one. But into the picks and bans, I'm assuming Zoe to be the last ban. No, they are going to allow Samakin to potentially pick up his signature. I want to say this has been banned against Samakin every game of NACL 2026. It's very rare to see this one go through. But before then, there's obviously power picks. Vi, the most obvious ones, and Zhao, the other biggest one in the jungle. Also, looking towards AD carries, things like the Varus, Ezreal, Corki, Yunara, all still up, depending on where these AD carries want to go.
Yeah, Nocturne and Xin not available as banned. So with Vi being the last one of the lineup, where do you go as Music? If you want something aggressive for yourself, does he's got a Lee Sin for himself? Does work well into the Vi pre-level 6. Obviously, post-level 6, you can still fight Vi, but single target lockdown is a hell of a way to be able to stop something like a Lee Sin from just flying all over these skirmishes. But with a Rumble lock-in, you could go for what the LPL calls the fried chicken skewer combo, Rumble and Skarner. Could be at least a way to have some reliable frontline for yourself. However,
Wukong's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
More of a Music champion. Music likes to play things that can skirmish very aggressive early. Not usually as much of one for the true tanks. But okay, we're going to just pass the buck. So it's going to be Corki for now. Levitate, I think, not really been the best on the Corki, to be completely honest, in my opinion, but it is a very strong lane-oriented pick. Could be paired with something like Anami for Zyko, or really anything. I mean, at the end of the day, Corki is still Corki.
True. There's a lot of early laning presence and just decent ability to be able to poke from afar before those big team fights. Blue Otter, however, going to lock in some additional primary engage with this Ornn. Is a nice front line to work with as well. And wow, Blue Otter, instead of going for the Zoe, I believe this is going to be Samakin Ziggs locked in instead.
Could be a flex if they did want to put this in the hands of Spawn. Now, this is a pick that Samakin played to a victory over NRG a couple of weeks ago in game 1 of that series. And I was critical of the Annie pick because it did not feel like a Samikin pick. Ziggs very much is one.
Anything that essentially is a long artillery mage has always felt like a Samikin special or something that he's able to flourish on. Supernova round out their draft with Nami. Pretty standard as a Corki Nami bot lane duo. While hasn't been seen a majority of the time in recent weeks, was dominating a lot of the pairings when this season first started. But with the draft going into the second round of bans, jungler has still yet to be locked in for music. Wonder if Blue Otter are going to try to attack that effective pool.
Yeah, I mean, if you ban Skarner Wukong here, what does music play? I'm very curious. They must be cooking something, because I feel like you don't choose to pivot like this if you don't have something up your sleeve. And Bach did kind of allude that music maybe has something up his sleeve that we've not seen in the coach's interview.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is if music has a Lee Sin. We talked about how Lee Sin into Vi can kind of run her over. It's just later on, team compositional wise, you can always lock down the Lee Sin with cease and desist, so it gets a little harder. But I do favor the early pre-6 skirmishing in Lee Sin's side, and even then, post level 6, if the Vi ultimate is not available, Lee Sin can just be incredibly strong as an aggressive pick. But outside of that, I'm kind of blanking, because I don't know if you want to pick. I guess you could pick Trundle, which helps against the Ornn.
I think you're lacking a lot of lockdown though if you went towards something like Lee Sin or Trundle, which is why I like the Wukong or the Skarner better. Because also right now Blue Water is looking at setting up a pretty massive poke composition. If they went Ezreal for spawn here on their 4-pick, then Ziggs Ezreal with Vi, Ornn frontline, and lockdown is a pretty strong start for a composition. So Supernova needs to know that something like that's happening. I mean, like, Poppy could be a pick here, maybe.
It doesn't give you like a ton of guaranteed lock it down though. Okay. Yeah. At the end of the day, Wukong does get locked in, so you have some primary engage, and the AoE knockup from the Cyclone will allow Supernova to be able to follow up on Equalizer over the top. Can be pretty powerful. Blue Water, want to see if they go down the route of what you're suggesting, this poke composition, if it is something like an Ezreal and enter some other support. No. Oh,
we going Lucian Milio?
Lucian Milio.
Wow. Spawn going to play the champion that against the Nami. It used to be Lucian Nami that terrorized the meta for so long. Now the newfangled Lucian Milio against Corki and Nami. It's not the super long range poke comp, but it does still provide a lot of long range value and a lot of single target damage. Blue Water definitely going to look to try to control waves and chunk out Supernova. This is spicy. LeBlanc.
Oh my goodness.
On 5 for Shochi. We're talking about poke. We're trying to talk about chunking out members. LeBlanc does it better than anyone. Shochi going to try to dash forward and remove some of these carries from the fights before they start, but make no mistake, a very squishy composition on the side for Blue Water. High risk, high reward. They're looking to play through mid jungle. They're looking to get a lead, and they're looking to make sure Blue Water can never show on a wave without threat of getting one shot.
Blue Water does have very strong, reliable engage later into the game. So if they're able to endure the storm, at least on the top side of the map, where a lot of these lanes are going to naturally have push between Rumble and LeBlanc against Ornn and Ziggs, then I think Blue Water have a solid shot at being able to just play solid front-to-back fights. But I definitely respect a lot of the bravado that Shochi wants to bring into this game with this LeBlanc pick, because if he gets steam rolling, oh boy, Lucian's going to be in trouble. Ornn, obviously he can stack a lot of MR and he can try and mitigate a lot of the burst, but he's going to be feeling a lot of pressure in those side lanes as well. And anytime where Vi is not hovering either for squishy carries, I just fear for their life.
Now, something I will also say is LeBlanc against Ziggs in the 1v1 is a pretty tough matchup for the LeBlanc. It's very sharp because you have a lot more risk in your trades because of Ziggs having such a significant range advantage. And after he gets that lost chapter, goes back to base, able to come back, Ziggs can really just start to control the waves, and each of those bouncing bombs that lands hurts. So while I definitely agree with you, Supernova has a lot of playmaking in their composition, this mid lane matchup is volatile, and Shochi needs to be on his game for Supernova, because I think whichever way mid jungle goes is going to signal who wins. Because not only is mid volatile, we have very aggressive bottom lanes that have been locked in. So just like game one, both these lanes and who wins them is going to be extremely important and indicative of who wins this game. Big things for me are that
whoa, Shochi showed up bot lane for a level 1 all-in with Levitate and Zyko to guarantee push, and that flash at least forces Spawn back.
I like that utilization of Flash, to be honest with you. It's not like Shochi really needs the Summoner spell before Vi hits level 6. It's going to come back up in that time. The problem is it means he does lose pressure on his own wave. Should be able to get back in time for experience. I don't know if we're able to see that, but wow, I mean, just guaranteeing push for your bottom lane. We talked already about the volatility of this game, just doing anything that Shochi can to disrupt the status quo. It's interesting to say the least.
Just very creative from Supernova to come up with something like this, where we've seen globally things like Scion level 1 showing up on the bottom side of the map just to guarantee push. I've never seen a mid laner with like LeBlanc and just forcing the flash out. And just to remind everyone, at the beginning of this series, Bach gave a really nice shout out over to Blue Otter on their socials, but also hinted at the fact, and so far manifesting the killing on the Rift after the game 1 victory.
And with Shochi picking LeBlanc, I think there's no better quote to bring up, because Supernova killed him in game 1, sub 25 minutes, and they are looking to kill them again in game 2. That is an all-time quote from Coach Bach, to be sure, and one we're going to have to keep our eyes on, as this is what I talked about. Samikin doing a pretty good job of chunking Shochi with the lower cooldowns and superior range of the Ziggs.
Not going to have enough pressure advantage from Shochi to be able to combat it against it for now, especially since he is down flash. Obviously can still be safe enough to survive ganks from Munchie, since Vi pre-6 ganks pretty telegraphed and easy to avoid if you've got a dash in your kit. But like you said, Samikin now has the opportunity to shove this LeBlanc in consistently. The question is, what can he do with this pressure? What can he look for other than just laning advantages for himself?
Samikin's now out of mana, so despite Shochi being very low, I don't think Samikin's really going to be able to generate that much more of a lead than he currently has. Junglers, though, now appearing at bot side. Munchie first to the punch.
Spawn and Rovex forcing a flash out of Zyko since Munchie was in the area. Music is going to go for a quick trade-in.
Levitates
Can they actually carry this one out? Yeah, Music is able to take solace in the fact that he chunks out Munchie for a little bit of health, but cannot contest him on the bottom side crab, so will be forced to cross map to look for the top side crab instead. That does give a little bit of a tempo advantage over to Munchie, as he'll be the first one to reset and redeploy back on the map.
Yeah, that's a really big win for Blue Otter too. I think bot crab, a very valuable objective when we're talking all about how explosive we expect the bottom side of the map to be. Not only that, Munchie just straight up finishing his clear faster than Music does mean that he was able to influence the map first and get that flash off of Zyko. That's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure that Levitate and Zyko were putting down on Spawn and Rovex. Remember, Shochi basically sacrificed his lane in order to generate that pressure. So a pretty big bailout coming through here for Blue Water that should keep things stable in this early game.
Yeah. Definitely didn't think that the flash commitment from Shochi was going to go punished, but unfortunately for Zyko and Levitate, they weren't able to levitate or leverage that much of an advantage, since Spawn was able to at least hold both of his summoner spells, was late to lane and still a little bit behind in CS, but that hover from Munchie and now the burn of summoner spells does make things a little bit easier so that this Lucian Melio can still find the advantage that they want for this mid game.
Psycho and Levitate, though, are still putting down some really nice trades. Spawn, it looks like every time he's dashing forward, he's just getting chunked out. Phosphorus bombs have been really nice from Levitate. So still an uphill battle, I would say, on the bottom side of the map for Blue Otter, but critically yet to explode, which that's always, I'd say, what you want to avoid. I can... We've not really talked too much about the top side of the map, and I think for good reason. Ariana, after kind of getting boomed in game 1, I really do respect just kind of putting the tank fries in the bag here, picking the Ornn into the Rumble.
Yeah.
Definitely think that is needed for Blue Otter, just some ounce of stability. I think that was something that they lacked in their composition in that first game, and Supernova was really able to exploit it. Because to me, Hoarder was the clear MVP, at least of the first game of this series.
For sure. Yeah, just not only got enough attention from Music to be able to get that snowball advantage, and then he paid off the investment for the rest of the team, getting that first counter teleport on the bottom side of the map that led into the big 5v4 that pretty much set Supernova up for the game 1 win. This dragon has spawned 45 seconds ago. It looked like Blue Otter were at least angling for a start on it, but they do have a ward in the pit that they have yet to clear with their control ward.
Pretty big that Blue Otter's bot lane didn't ever get a base off here. So Levitate's coming back to lane with a Phage and a Tier. And this is a late base here from Spawn and Rovex, who were sort of trying to harass around with Music right there. Shoji also getting a monster trade in mid lane. So nice amount of pressure. I think this should just be Dragon for Supernova, having the advantageous positioning in both mid and bot at the moment.
Samikin based and did not have a
teleport.
top lane,
fighting top lane.
Oh, maybe. Oh, flash out from Hoarder trying to get away from Munchie. And the fact that he is not level 6 yet, he cannot lock down this Rumble just yet. So Hoarder saves his life for now.
That must have been a really good flash from Hoarder. I wish we got to see it because, I mean, he was getting pinched by a Vi and an Ornn in the river.
Oh, look.
Yes, Munchie's not 6, but...
Oh, and that's brutal for Munchie. He made that commitment on the top side, but he didn't have enough stacks on his jungle pet for the 1,000 smite.
He's a Wukong.
Music did, so he's able to secure the Gromp easily. And there's nothing that Blue Otter can really do because there's still no level 6 yet for Munchie to punish onto Music with the lockdown now that Samikin was back out on the map. So, once again, tempo advantage going over to Music against Munchie, and Supernova, while the gold lead is massive, it is slowly becoming generated once again.
At the very least for Munchie, he lost his Gromp, but Music didn't do Dragon, which is what I expected the call to be from Supernova, so no neutral objective going over is going to feel good. But yeah, man, I want to know how Hoarder got out of that, because he looked dead to rights regardless of Munchie being level 6. And now that he's got the ultimate ready, Munchie definitely much more of a threat on Summoner's Rift. Supernova needs to be careful about how aggressively they've been trading if there does happen to be a Vi waiting in the wings.
Yeah. I always like when sometimes we didn't see, and then if we get a replay later, because we can kind of put our detective hats on. It's like Sherlock Holmes. Like, well, there's no flash on Munchie and Hoarder. There was no ultimate from Ariana either. So my bet is that it was an Ornn ulti to start, and then when Munchie came in looking for a Q flash, maybe that's what Hoarder reacted flash to instead of the Ornn ulti.
It must have been that. He was just so far from his turret. That's why I'm so amazed he was able to just walk it out. But definitely, I mean, well played to Hoarder. And it does mean that Supernova just nursing a very marginal gold advantage, really just coming off of, I guess, CS leads. Everything's pretty even across the board. Nice trade from Spawn, but he is out of mana off that.
It does at least give Blue Otter the push in bot lane, and Munchie now with Cease and Desist available past the level 6 point. Samikin is TPing back to mid lane and trying to look for some pressure in both mid and bot off of the waves pushing in. Might be enough for Blue Otter to finally look for their first dragon of the game.
They don't feel confident though. Munchie's still just pathing towards the top side of the map. There's a crab to take, there's a Gromp to take, there's a Void Grub potentially to take, or the life of a top laner. Hoarder is pushed up. Question mark pings on him.
Thinking about can we
know
look
Music's
here?
still bottom. Yeah, this is a play.
Send it for the boys. Munchie should be able to get in range Q forward. Ariana doesn't have a lot of mana behind him, but Munchie just might have enough damage to seal the kill. Just one more auto attack.
No.
Looks for the Vault Breaker, and it's first blood going over to Munchie.
Oh my goodness, Mark. I was so afraid that Hoarder was just going to walk that one out on 1 HP. Nice commit. That was a really good play for Munchie. Hoarder, he was respecting it too, trying to back up, but just backed up a little bit too slowly as Shochi.
Oh my goodness.
Trade. Playing out this matchup well, keeping CS even despite how much he sacrificed to get his bot lane going early. Very impressive.
Yeah. And it's not like this is a new pick for Samikin either. This is one of his, outside of the Zoe and the Mel, one of his more tried and true picks on this Ziggs. And Shochi understanding, hey, you know what? I got this counter pick for a reason. And yeah, he is definitely making Samikin feel the pressure in this matchup.
And I gotta say, for Shochi, you know, he's always been a guy I've respected for his ability to kind of just play anything. Oh, this is a replay of that escape. So, how does this guy get out? Oh, Munchie barely missed with the Q flash. Oh, no. Unlucky. They get him back, though. They get him back with this one.
Yeah. Well, we were kind of close on what we saw happened. Or at least what we thought had happened with that ordeal. Meanwhile, back to live. It was 3 grubs taken by Supernova off of the pressure from Shochi chunking out Samikin in the mid lane. And they also got first dragon since Munchie did go for the play on topside against Hoarder. But his flash is now back up, so is Munchie's. We'll see if that is a place that Blue Water want to revisit, or if they want to take their powers somewhere else and try and start putting some pressure on this bot lane or mid lane instead.
Music also getting the Void Grubs off of reset, so everything's still pretty even. It's really just the one kill that separates these two teams. A much slower, calmer game than what we saw in game 1. I think both compositions going to be pretty happy to just look to play some team fights as Hoarder forced to flash again. Ariana playing out this 1v1 very nicely.
Yep. The Kanik Rookern first purchase, being able to get it ahead of Hoarder's own first Leandries, is giving him a lot of pressure and just the base damage difference as well. You know, always forget how much damage Ornn can do despite being a tank. And Munchie says, hey, there's no flash on this Rumble. This should be a very easy dive to help out. Oh, and Samikin collects his kill credit as well. Thank you very much with the cease and desist to lay down the alley-oop of a Mega Inferno Bomb. But it does allow Supernova to look for a cross trade on the bot side of the map.
This time it's Ariana's own individual laning that's able to start generating a lead for Blue Water. Samikin gonna be very happy to collect the kill. Will give credit to Supernova. They do cross map very nicely. Zoning spawn off of a wave or two and getting some plates, but no first tower does mean that things still hanging in the balance. And I am looking at this dragon in 2 minutes to potentially be where things start to break open. We didn't talk about it too much, Mark, but I think in the scaling department, I do favor Blue Water. They're the ones with the super tank Ornn. Supernova, no frontline really to speak of. Definitely a bit more of a mid-game skirmish-oriented comp.
Sure. And for Blue Water, even though Lucian isn't necessarily a champion we associate with being a super strong scaling marksman, if you got a front line in front of you and you've got something like Melio to buff up your effective attack range with the campfire.
No tanks on the other side.
And no tanks on the other side, and you have a lot of mobility to try and dodge out on, albeit some limited, reliable lockdown from Supernova. It is definitely possible to play out these extended fights once we get past the 25-minute mark. And, I mean, you can never count out Ziggs' late-game scaling. That guy is just going to do a ton of damage.
First tower, though, does go to Supernova. Spawn now forced to run for the hills. He's got summoners. He's got Emilio. Should be fine.
Breath of Life used to cleanse Spawn out of the bubble from Zyko. Music was ready to follow up with the Cyclone Flash potentially there, so Blue Water just respecting that threat. We are 45 seconds away from a second dragon spawn here. Supernova just trying to make sure they set up the pressure that allows them to take it for free.
Supernova recognizing that they've got first item spikes. This is
looking for Levitate.
He got interrupted.
Vi ulti into Ziggs ulti, but Levitate is able to flash it before hitting the Mega Inferno Bomb sweet spot, and all three of them clone up onto Munchie's Vi, and the rest of Blue Otter could not get through Music, who did a great job of just deterring them with his Cyclone and Flash usage.
Potential solo kill on the top side, though. Hoarder, he's got no flash. Ariana gonna pick one up with a flash of his own. Bonk over the head. So Blue Water still managing to trade 1-for-1 across the map. Music maybe wants Dragon, though. Redeploy from Blue Otter. Not going to be in time to contest this one as Shochi TPing just to make sure bot lane stays pushed.
Supernova will start their Dragon stacking, albeit it being a lot slower than normal Drake stacking timers here, since this is only the second Dragon at 15 minutes, but it does put them up for a potential soul point. Hang on, Zyko might be in trouble. Flashes away from Munchie. They'll take that one for sure.
Yeah, really nice find there from Blue Otter just to get a pretty free flash off of the support. In the picture-in-picture, though, you can see Mark, we talk a lot about how Vi wants a dive buddy, and her dive buddy was not present. Her dive buddy is Ariana. And for Wukong, a much more self-sufficient champion in the enemy backline, just due to his ability to buy time individually with the Cyclone and with the Clone. Whoa! That's
Shochi,
a LeBlanc.
Ludens, yeah, Ludens and tier 3 Sork boots. That's some damage right there.
I'm going to say, man, Shochi, he's got some swag for this counter pick, and it's looking nice so far. 101 bounty on his head. He's looking again.
Yep. I mean, when you pick LeBlanc, you can't just pick it and just kind of be a passenger in this game. You have to look for aggressive plays. Munchie gonna try to punish it though. Shochi up against the wall is able to distortion back to safety with his teammates. The nice tide away from Zyko stalls out the fight and forces Munchie to flash backwards. Call the Force God from Ariana. Might look for a re-engage. Only hits onto 2 and Zyko and Music. And Zyko's the first one to fall. Music has Cyclone. Forces the flash out of Samikin. Tries to close himself into the wall for the safety of his teammates to follow up on him. Munchie finally takes out Shochi, forcing Music back into his jungle.
First big mistake we've seen from Supernova so far this series as they overstep on the mid, getting hit a little bit by the low health bars on Blue Water, but no teleport from Hoarder, and Ariana just redeploys up to the fight to support the squad. I think choosing a good wave to drop. It's 2 kills to Blue, including an important shutdown off of Shochi.
And the Rift Herald is their prize. Blue Otter finding a nice usage of all 5 of their champions as a single team fighting unit. It wasn't necessarily a front to back fight from them, but the retake, the ability to find a second engage because they have so many reliable ways of starting up a fight between this Ornn and this Vi, allows them to look for these ways to punish Supernova off of the overextension.
And you can see that when Ariana arrives to these fights, this Ornn can really be a difference maker as the only front line in these 5v5. So,
Sammy, no! Oh, and the way Shochi distortions, Samikin has no idea
to not tip him off.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow, that was so slick.
Good find right there from Shochi. Bit of a freebie, but I can't fault Samikin too much. That ward was just about to expire. Does mean, though, that Supernova not only get a kill, they're able to push up on mid completely for free. Finally taking that mid-tier 1 that they committed so much to earlier. And I think SN still understanding that this is their window, this 1 to 2 item mark, is when their composition is strongest. So they get a lot of deep wards down. They're pushing up on the top side of the map, going to get one more plate, but they got to get out with their lives.
Ariana finds 2 with his Call of the Forge God. It's a cease and desist right on top of it, but they all bunched up onto Munchie and made sure that Levitate could survive for now. Levitate doesn't have much health, so he sacrifices his life to take a chunk out of Spawn's health bar. Music is the next one to get dropped by the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Ariana still continues to push Supernova away from the river. Rift Herald has Spawn. Shochi goes in, looks for Samikin, but blinking HP, still surviving for now. Psycho could be the next target. Still no flash on this Nami. Spawn steps up and blasts him with the double gunslinging guns. Supernova now at the folly of Blue Otter as they continue to look for more. The Rift Herald charge gets a knockup, but Shochi's gonna be safe for now.
Not a bad walk from Ariana yet again, making his presence felt in this game. We talked about it, man. It was a stinker in game 1 for him, but he's now 2-0-5. He's 7 of 8 on the KP. He's bounced back majorly for game 2 to make this series very interesting. It's 3 kills for 1 on the top side of the map. Hoarder does get a tier 2 tower in bottom to make that trade relatively even, but the gold gap is still closing as the Call of the Forge God is good. And even though Munchie does get exploded, maybe went in a little too far ahead of the squad, the TP from Samikin and the health bar of Ariana just separates Supernova, and we are seeing yet again that their composition does not have the ability to stand and fight when it comes to these 5v5s and 4v4s.
Yeah. Ariana, just a massive walking meat shield that can absorb all this damage, and because he's ahead of the curve for the game state, Hoarder's been forced to hang on. Supernova getting really close to fighting. Oh, it's a flank from Hoarder and Shochi! The equalizer over the top, and Shochi is able to link up with Music to pop Munchie's health bar right before this third dragon. Call the Force God for a re-engage onto Hoarder. He flashes backwards, still gets knocked up, but still far enough to not get affected by any follow-up. Ariana now flashes. He gets way too close to the comfort of Supernova. Chain connects, but good use of the Bellows Breath to be immune to the root from Shochi. And all this time, Supernova just poking and prodding, making sure the Blue Water cannot enter the river as Music secures the third dragon of the game.
I think I've identified the win condition for Supernova, Mark. It's just be better. Levitate and Shochi are still having great games for themselves as Shochi found a gnarly flank to collapse down on the Munchie and really well orchestrated from the rest of the 4-man unit after the fact. Music calls, hey, I'm going to get this soul point. You guys just need to keep them occupied mid. And Shochi on this LeBlanc 4-1-1, he's still hunting.
Oh, did he just flash double distortion looking for Rovek's Breath of Life? Keeps him topped off for now. Spawn Force out of the play. Cease and desist from Munchie punishes Shochi for the overextension, and Supernova might have bitten off more than they can chew, and Spawn is ready to bite back. Levitate now has to keep concerned. Oh
Spawn!
No, Ariana on the flank, and Spawn flashing forward trying to show he still got that dog, and picks up the triple on the Lucian. Baron is up for the table. Do Blue Water risk it?
We wanted Spawn to be a carry. That's a triple. And now he's 6-0. Music is the only one alive for 20 seconds. And I think this is going to be Baron and a lead over to Blue Water.
Music has flash available, but he is way too chunked from Samikin's pressure to try and look for a Baron steal. Samikin is also just going to keep tabs on him, constantly poking him out from entering into the Baron pit. And there it is, Blue Otter finding a window back into this game, back into this series with playoff implications on the line.
I mean, they're fighting their way back into the season, Mark. This game is do or die. They need to win back-to-back here against Supernova just to even keep a hope and a prayer of playoffs alive. And now they're up 1.5 thousand at 22.5. It's not a lot, but there is a Baron in their hand. There is also a Shochi lurking on the flank, but when Blue Water is grouped up as 5 like this, we just saw in the last play, it is very easy for Supernova to overplay and not be able to kill anyone because of the thickness of this Ornn, and Rovex just effectively making everyone that little bit tankier, being the difference maker in that previous fight.
Yeah, Ariana is close to 5,000 HP on this Ornn right now. Tidal Wave used to at least stop the Call of the Forge God from being used. Good use of the ultimate trade there from Supernova support. Hoarder pushing on the side lanes, just trying to get some farm back into his pockets and make sure that they can try and overwhelm him. Oh no, Samikin on the wrong side of the tracks here. Shochi tries to lock him down. It's the flash that saves Samikin's life for now, but Shochi dashes out of the big Inferno Bomb. One more distortion should be able to do the trick, but he doesn't want to chance it. He doesn't want to face check into any of Ziggs' poke. Munchie?
One more distortion, but one more bomb. We're not done.
Looking for Levitate. Music goes for the counter engage, tries to survive for now. Levitate goes down, but Spawn is traded. It's a big shutdown over to Music. Wukong. Hoarder has teleported in. Equalizer at the ready, waiting for another knock-up. Shochi looking for another flank of his own on the left side. Looks to pop Rovex. Good use the flash and the kick. Mega Inferno, or the Super Mega Fireball kick. Punts him away, and Hoarder is separated from Zyko, who falls to Munchie for a double kill, and now Blue Water can regroup mid. Now with Samikin fully topped off, Shochi's gonna look to threaten again, but they're gonna turn onto Hoarder next. Gonna try to bail him out, looking to lock down Munchie, but a double-man Vault Breaker knocks them down and allows Blue Water to continue the siege. This is crazy.
Mark, this game is electric. Blue Otter going blow for blow with Supernova. It starts with Samikin barely surviving on the bottom side of the map. Shoshi not wanting to face check a bomb and go down. Double TPs back into the mid lane, but an outplay from Rovex to survive. We're going way back, though, to the fight that got Blue Otter the Baron. An overplay here from Supernova as Shoshi does get caught down by Munchie and Spawn, utilizing his health bar as a resource, weaving forward with the help of Rovex, flashing over the big one and taking down Zyko for the triple kill. That is the play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade that has put Blue Water on this path to a lead. And let's not forget, Mark, the scaling advantage on their side. Ornaments starting to come through for Spawn, for Samikin, and a Dragon Soul in 30 seconds. This might just be the last chance for Supernova to fight this one back.
Even if they were to secure Ocean Soul, I don't know how much it does for their game. Levitate just gonna get the forced engage. Mega Inferno Bomb, call the Forge God right on top of the Season Assist. Levitate is eliminated from the Rift. Shochi is keeping his distance, knowing that there's no more engage tools left from Blue Otter, but it helps secure their position for this Ocean Dragon and denying the Ocean Soul away from Supernova.
Supernova had some outplays in this early game, Mark. They had some really nice looks to generate little advantages, but now their lack of a front line, their lack of peel for Levitate is really starting to rear its head. I love these commitments here from Blue Water. I think Munchie also having a great bounce back game. Spawn having a great bounce back game. The Soul being denied, I agree. I don't know if Ocean Soul really does much for a squishy composition like Supernova's, but it's still just one more win condition flying out the window for SN.
And another 5 minutes stalled out for Blue Otter as they continue the scaling on their side. You called it. It's not just a 1.6 thousand gold advantage that you see in numbers for Blue Otter. All the ornaments give you effectively around 1,000 in gold stats. So it's already completed on Ornn, Ziggs, Lucian, and Melio. So that's an additional 4,000. So Blue Otter are more like around 5,000 to 6,000 gold ahead of Supernova in effective combat stats here. And Supernova definitely feel that pressure, respecting the space that Blue Water want to take as they send it again.
Just going on him again.
Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit the sweet spot, but the call, the Forge God does. Music is able to fight on back, but it's just Munchie's GA. That is the cost. Cyclone right on top will deny him an escape, but Blue Otter secure the tier 2 turret and continue their way into a comeback.
Munchie sacrifice, flash out a Levitate, and buy his team a turret that is absolutely worth it, even if it does cost the Guardian Angel. Blue Water continue to open up this game so nicely. Mark, something I do want to talk about is that Ariana, he's dropped so many waves. Hoarder has been the beneficiary. He's actually the only one of Supernova that has opened gold advantage. I know something he's talked about wanting to improve about his game in interviews in the past is, you know, those timers when he can try to link with his team. He did a great job of it in game 1. I need to see him getting involved here in game 2 on this Rumble, because at a certain point, you are not playing a split pusher, sir. You contribute your damage as a 3-item Rumble to these fights.
It's a hard one for sure, because Supernova, I think the window passed where Hoarder's presence in these team fights was the difference maker, and now I think Supernova are resulting to the fact that Blue Water's going to beat us in 5-on-5s anyway. We just need to create side lane pressure. But I also agree that Rumble, unfortunately, is just not that kind of champion that can generate a lot of side lane pressure where you are threatening to end the game. You're not like a Yorick or a Tryndamere or a Nasus that has these fast turret-taking abilities. So Supernova have to pick their moments when to be splitting the map, when to be looking for fast picks, because at the end of the day, that's all they kind of got in the tank.
I agree with you, Rafa. I think the 5v5 might be too far gone, but they're descending!
Munchie deep behind enemy lines, but Shochi's
Spawn!
eliminated Spawn! Wait a minute! It's 80 carries traded out. Who wins out the engage and the extended play? Music falls next to Munchie. Hoarder trying to hold the line, but he's not a tank. Ariana is way bigger and thicker, and Blue Water with the fall breaker flash from Munchie connects onto Hoarder. Shochi tries to look onto Rovix and Samikin, but a well-timed Satchel charge dissuades the pickoff attempt from Shochi and denies the LeBlanc assassination as Munchie looks for another fall breaker and takes out the fish in the back line. Blue Water just might have enough to close out the game and send us to 3.
I don't know if they have enough time. It's going to be an inhibitor at least. Levitate spawning in 8 seconds. Music in about 20. Satchel will clean up this turret, but I don't think there's any way they can end. They're going to have to back off after this. So the game will continue, but we can see the 5v5s. I was just about to say it. Mark, I agree. I think it's too far gone for Supernova at this point, and Hoarder's presence not even dissuading the deep send from Munchie, who now has notched a 10th kill, finishing that last fight with a double.
And you can see Supernova are trying to problem solve on the fly on how to stop these very telegraphed engages, because even if they are very, like, predictable, you can't stop it.
Mark, I'm going to say, like, I don't even know if I think the engages are really good for Blue Water. Munchie's just going, but it's working, and that's all that matters. It doesn't have to look pretty. As long as Levitate is forced out of the fight, ideally he dies, you're happy to take that trade every day of the week because you know the rest of your 4-man unit will clean up.
Exactly. And when you just have a wallet diff this massive and you have such powerful, reliable follow-up, even on the one-pointed click, it doesn't matter how it starts off. You just need to start it. Now, Blue Water have to be careful that Shochi is looking for another pick-off flank, but they have done a great job of being able to interrupt or sometimes stop Shochi from getting those assassinations off. Blue Water are just going to ensure that Ocean Soul once again is denied, but it might be a Hail Mary attempt from Supernova to just rush the Baron on the other side.
Yeah, we are on Baron. Baron is being hit, and Blue Water a bit slow to react to this now. Baron not going down the fastest.
They have to turn.
Was Levitate barely missing out on a lot of poke there? That could have been huge from Sammy.
Music is trying to keep up the Baron leashed, but Levitate is out of the pit. Ariana is soloing Music there. Mega Inferno Bomb used. Can they look for a turnaround? But Psycho's in the middle. Oh, Ariana has a good angle for the Call of the Forge God, connecting on both Psycho and Levitate. Munchie is able to follow up easily on the Psycho, while Levitate falls to Ariana solo, and Hoarder is running for the hills, is cut off on his escape back to the base. Shochi, I don't even know how he died, but he falls as well. Blue Water have a 5 versus 2 advantage. They are going to push it in for a Game 2 win and push us to 3.
Mark, I finally get a Game 3 in NACL. It only took a 3rd day of casting. Blue Otter, season on the line. They've equalized.
Supernova getting pushed to the distance, and Blue Otter ready to risk it all for a chance to still be in playoffs, as this series got insanely intensive and exciting now, Hawk. Dare I say it, look at your hands. What's on them, Hawk? What's on them?
Series. It's written right here. You can't see it. One of these days I'm going to write series on my hands, and I'm actually going to have it because oh my, it has begun. Blue Otter, despite some outplays from Shochi and Co. in the early stages of that game, Draft Diff making it work, and everybody stepping up. Want to give massive props to Ariana going onto the Ornn and being a huge proponent of that win. But we got one more decider. Supernova wanting to all but clinch. Blue Water wanting to avoid being eliminated. One game to decide it all. Don't go anywhere. We got it coming up pretty soon.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks. Or wait, no. Oh, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive World Finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for definitively our very last game of the day because this is Game 3, a full-on 3-game series banger from Blue Otter and Supernova, where in Game 1, it definitely looked like Supernova were going to run away with the series with how well they completely discombobulated Blue Otter in the mid-game, but the second time around, Blue Otter will come up with a hell of an uppercut, and now they are going blow for blow as they look for keeping their playoffs chances alive in this Game 3.
Samikin Ziggs making a monster showing, and I'm going to ask production if we can pull up the standings after this graphic, because remember, one more time, what's at stake? Supernova, for all intents and purposes, into playoffs. If they win this game, not mathematically qualified, but practically, basically there. Blue Otter eliminated with the loss. If Blue Otter wins, it opens up the potential for the crazy 4-way tie at 3-6 scenario between Conviction, Dorado, and Citadel, as well as obviously Blue Otter themselves, for a very weird finish to not just playoffs, but also to who's going to promotion relegation. So lots of questions being asked right now. One game to decide them. Already into the draft. Xin Zhao immediately sticks out to me as the champion that is available. It's been banned out the first 2 games. Available on 1 here for Munchie. Rafa, we also talked about how much better Orianna looked on a tank. Sion, Cassante, big tank picks that are up and still available. And then as always, you can never forget Game 3, Samikin Zoe. Always having a lot of presence, but it's just going to be Mel, another signature of Samikin's, and also a denial from Shochi, a champion that he's piloted to 2 nukes so far this season.
Now, we'll see whether this is actually Mel in Samikin's hands. We know how good he is on it. It's been his second most banned against him, obviously, in the regular season. However, Rovix was a former mid laner. We have seen some Mel supports. We've seen some Mel bot lanes being cooked up by other teams around the world. We'll see if Blue Otter are really going to try and get kind of a best of both worlds where they can have some of the most bandweight champions away from them in what could be the most impactful game for them of the season. But like you called out, Xin Zhao was available. It's immediately locked in for music, gives them a lot of flexibility in which direction this composition wants to go for. And I think when it comes to whether you want Cassante or Sion, if you're Blue Otter, they relied so heavily on Orianna finding those engages and following up. I feel like the Sion is the better end of the trade.
Wow, and we're getting an Anivia here for either Shochi or Zyko. I'm really curious to see whose hands this does end up in, because we've seen some of the Premier Enchanters banned out, Karma Seraphine, both discouraging Ashe Ezreal picks. I feel like the value of Yunara and Lulu going up, as well as Caitlyn to pair with this Anivia. So I'm looking towards those bot lane picks for Blue Otter and Supernova here. It is still just going to be Ezreal. It's just comfort for spawn, but no Karma to pair alongside it. So where do you go?
Blue Otter, do you try to find a jungle pick opportunity? Nico was still available
Nico's
this entire
still
time.
open. Oh my goodness. I forgot about Nico.
That gives you some engage power. And Rovix, if he's one of the ones leading the charge, it gives a lot more freedom for everyone else to follow up on. This would be an interesting pivot, but I feel like Nico is too good to pass up on.
It gets banned otherwise, and I don't know what you play with it. There's going to be a very strong 2v2 here for Blue. I'm going to be honest, first 3 picks into this draft, Mark, I really like what they're cooking. It's just comfort and power all around.
And more than likely now, with Ezreal and Nico locked in, we know for a fact that this is Samikin's Mel confirmed. So now it's just Munchie and Orianna that have champions that need to be locked in and work well with this composition. You have decent poke You have decent engage already with the Nika Pop Blossom. Blue Water, I think they're going to be looking for either follow-up engage and some meatballs to stand in front.
Jace does provide some decent range damage to try to go blow for blow with this Ezreal, Nico, and Mel from screens away. I'm very worried for this Anivia pick right now for Supernova. It feels like it's getting heavily outranged at the moment. I do think Supernova needs some more dive, some more lockdown, because I just don't think you're winning the poke war. I'm looking at tank supports for Zyko, Mark, if it's not Anivia.
Yeah. Supernova trying to dissuade any split pushing potential, but also York does kind of clap Jace in the extended laning phase. So just trying to protect Hoarder's Jace in the top side. We'll have to see what Supernova wants to lean for in terms of comfort for Zyko. Nautilus is already used in this series, so that being a signature pick that Ryan no longer has access to means that if you're going down tank supports, and if it's not Anivia for Shochi, then I'm not really sure what your options are, because if you have poke and you have solid disengage, but you have no ways to like start a fight reliably, then you're just banking on Blue Otter always starting the fight and you trying to outplay receiving that engage.
I mean, I feel like if it's anything but a Caitlyn here for Levitate, I'm going to crash out if they have Anivia support. Like, I just don't think it makes sense at this point, but Shochi on Anivia against Samick and Mel seems kind of scary to me. So I'm a little bit afraid right now for Supernova's composition. And again, I really like what Blue Otter has put together for themselves so far. Because the other thing is that Jace is technically still a flex, but to be honest with you, even though I generally associate Shochi as the play anything guy, I don't really know if I peg Jace as a Shochi champion.
Mastery also getting banned. The respect just for a Game 3 clinch by Munchie after feeling very hot on that Vi with a overwhelmingly nice performance of just getting things started for Blue Otter and always leading the engage. Lulu and Jin taken off the table from Blue Otter. Supernova are going to go ahead and lock in this Caitlyn, and more than likely, Caitlyn Anivia makes the most sense unless you can find some engage power from the support that's not this Anivia.
What does Shochi have on that 5 pick? I'm going to be very curious to find out. The LeBlanc was good up until a point last game, but it wasn't enough. And right now, Blue Otter has the ability to lock in some serious frontline and disengage to let their triple poke composition play out fights, I think, very effectively. Mel, Ezreal, they do quite a bit of damage from range. And the Renekton, I like this for frontline for Ariana. It's not a pure tank, but it's just something that's a safe blind. It can always get in the mix in any team fight, isolate out targets.
If there is no real tank from Munchie here, I know Supernova are kind of lacking on magic damage if this is just a Zyko Anivia, but ooh, the Sejuani changes up things a bit. We talked about it in the green room. This is the second most played champion actually for music, but the fact that Munchie is going to it means that they understand how important it is to have more engaged tools, and important for Munchie. If he feels confident in a pick, he can be the first one to send it and everyone else can follow up on the play. Supernova down to the last few seconds of this draft, and Shochi might just lean back to something that is
Azir?
Pretty standard. It's just an Azir to provide even more disengage.
I mean, look, it's a Shochi signature. It's one of his best champions throughout his career, but it's outranged by the Mel. It's outranged by the Ezreal. It does have late game DPS, and you've got a very solid team fight composition here for Supernova. But critically, Mark, you already identified it. Supernova is lacking hard engage against a Mel, against an Ezreal. And yet again, Blue Otter are the only ones with a pure tank on their side. This time it's Munchie dropping ego and going to the Sedge. I'm going to be straight, Mark. I like Blue Otter's composition better. I feel like it just plays itself out easier. You've got a very powerful bot lane 2v2. Yes, it has its work cut out for it against Levitate and Zyko's Anivia Caitlyn. But I think Ezreal Nico brings plenty to the table. For me, I think top lane, more important than ever this series. Hoarder went for blind pick Jace. No front line for Supernova. It's a Jace. He has got to be massive in this game.
And I think Music has to recognize how important both of the side lanes here, and he's going to have to pick his timers well, because while Spawn and Rovex might be able to absorb some pressure here, that leaves Munchie, where I believe is going to be trying to play for Ariana a lot more in this game 3. They saw how well it paid off, where Ariana got some attention from Munchie's Vi and allowing the Ornn to get ahead of the Rumble matchup. And on something like a Renekton with a Sejuani, it is so damn easy to get those double chain CC stuns off between Permafrost and Ruthless Predator lined up on something like a Jace. This is it. If Blue Water can win this series, they keep their playoff dreams alive. If Supernova wins, then Blue Water can no longer make a run for it. It all comes down to this.
Levitate and Zyko starting sweeper on the bird. Gonna give them early brush control, early control over this lane. Very important in a 2v2 like this. Hoarder finding Ariana. Jungler starting on the same side. Looks like top lane gonna be the focus. So we're leaving the Caitlyn and the Anivia and the Ezreal and the Nico to their own devices. I think recognition that whoever gets this first kill in top side and can start snowballing could really decide the game. Both Jace and Renekton champions with the ability to take over.
When you consider how much pressure the Supernova put on Spawn and Rovex, with Kochi investing his flash level 1, still wasn't enough to stop Spawn from having a monster game on the Lucian. Blue Water are going to double down on their bet. And we believe in you, Spawn and Rovex. Hold the line, withstand, and endure the pressure from this Kate Anivia lane. And it's all going to come down to trying to get either this Jace or Renekton ahead first.
Some really nice trading on both sides, but it is Levitate and Zyko with pressure on the lane. In mid, though, Samican using that range advantage. Mel definitely going to have the priority over Azir early on into this game. Shoji did a great job on the LeBlanc last time to withstand the Ziggs. He's going to need to do something similar on this Azir if he's going to get all the farm that he needs to scale into this game.
Yeah. We have to go back to the fact that Supernova are more of a poke and disengage comp rather than one that can just brute force their way into fights. If they can snowball, it's a completely different scenario, but they are not the ones that have been blessed with a lot of engage tools in this draft. And so far, when we're taking a check in on what top lane is looking like so far, both top laners relatively healthy, but Hoarder starting to pull away with the CS lead. I think Ariana is willingly trading some of that CS deficit to make sure that his health pool is not in danger from a Xin Zhao gank alongside the Jace setting it up. And with Munchie pathing back towards the bottom side of the crab, he's just accepting that. Actually, wait. I would have figured with both Mel pushing in, maybe that you would have wanted to fight for this top crab, but just not wanting to give any advantages over to Music and just respecting the skirmish potential.
Honestly, I think more than anything, it's the fact that it's Xin Zhao against Sejuani. Sejuani not a bad duelist early, but Xin Zhao very, very strong. And I think Munchie knows as well, for everything we've been talking about, right? It's that their composition is going to scale great into the 5v5s. We don't need to burger flip anything because I think Supernova, there is more responsibility on them to try to generate leads. They have more mouths to feed on their side with 4 threats.
And while Levitate and Zyko had the push early, Zyko took a reset, and Levitate is currently being pushed off for now. Didn't get a chance to reset for himself either. Hoarder has a semblance of a solid freeze on this top lane, but it looks like it'll be reset. Meanwhile, Music now looking to pressure the bot lane. Rovex cut off temporarily by this wall. Music looks for the win, becomes lightning, but Spawn shifts out of it just in time. Blue Water's bot lane stays alive for now.
I think Munchie needs to come down and bail him out, though. Spawn is out of mana, out of HP, and the wave is abysmal. So here comes the Sejuani, but Zyko, he's got a lot of HP to play with. Remember, there's an egg.
He just missed his cue, though. Levitate is in trouble. Mystic shots have been peppering Levitate. He flashes away from the Arctic Assault. Zyko might get his egg passive popped here under the tower. Is it enough for him to survive? Oh, the Tingle Barbs through the minions! Minions! Oh, Levitate tried to survive with a barrier, but it's a flash from Munchie to secure first blood again.
massive blunder from Levitate. He's trying to fire back into Munchie, but that HP just doesn't matter. He dies and uses both of his summoners. And look at this spawn. He's going to crash the wave. He's going to base. It's a kill for Munchie. That is a massive play for Blue Water.
So massive and so instrumental for Blue Otter's game plan. They want to be able to scale and get out from some of the early snowball potential from Supernova. Well, they just burned Caitlyn Flash and Barrier and still got her dead under the safety of her tower.
I mean, I respect Zyko utilizing his health bar here with the egg instead of flashing immediately. Maybe a bit greedy, but I mean, Levitate, you just can't do that. That is a massive mistake. He was out. That gank from Munchie was just to bail out his bottom lane. Instead, they get more than a bailout. It's a whole damn bond as a payout into spawn in Munchie's pockets. Mark, I will say, we've been praising the growth of Levitate throughout his career, but he has still been mistakes prone at times, playing a little bit greedy, and I think that is one of those moments.
Oh, and top lane dive potentially in the works here. Munchie still no flash on this Sejuani. Music and Hoarder trying to fight this one out, but Ariana, while down Dominus, still very scary on this Renekton, below the 50% HP mark with more generation on his Fury. So Supernova will just take...
Levitate died again.
Oh, no.
Levitate died again. This bot lane is exploding right now. Spawn going up 10 CS, another wave about to be denied, and this was the lane that Supernova put their draft eggs in. They went Caitlyn and Ivia, and it is not working.
And Blue Otter now pulling ahead is so massive for their win conditions of this game. Because like you said, if the Caitlyn and Nivea lane is not winning hard before the 15-minute mark, then what is the point of this lane? The Nivea is not going to be able to get enough gold as we take a quick replay. Oh, it's just Rovix.
No, flanked by Minion,
taking
bro.
his own lane.
That's tough. Without Rovix coming on the flank, which was nicely done. I want to give credit to Spawn. Recognizing that he had the lethal tempo stacking up, he can just shift in onto Levitate and really hit him down. So that's a pretty big lead now. Levitate, he's missed out on a lot of creeps from these deaths. And any gold that can accelerate this poke composition for Blue Water, it's going to be that much more difficult for Supernova to dive in on top of them. Samikin also nursing a pretty impressive gold advantage. Big miss there from Munchie. That could have been game, honestly, if you killed a Caitlyn a third time.
Yeah. Wave was going to be stacking up in their favor as well. Levitate, very thankful that it did not connect. Samikin, however, might be in trouble. Tries to stand up against Shochi, looks for the golden eclipse, but Shochi flashes away before Samikin can follow up with any more damage, and Hoarder collects in on the kill credit with a simple to the skies, and Supernova starting to find a little bit of leeway advantage on the top side.
Ooh, and I'm not sure I agree with this Dragon Start from Munchie either. Yes, getting first Dragon will feel nice, but Music could potentially just farm all of his top camps. I think that's a really big sequence. Munchie took his timer to go bot lane kill. No.
Levitate with the ace in the hole, enough to at least force off spawn. Oh, the true shot barrage. Munchie's drops the dragon. He just wants to look for another repeat visit, but there's no glacial prison. I think Munchie's getting a little ahead of himself. Spawn! Flash Mystic shot, though. Pays off the investment from Munchie's time in the bottom side and dropping that dragon. Spawn now 1-0-2. Very ahead in this matchup.
Okay, nice kill for Spawn. No dragon take, though, and Music, he's going to get the Void Grubs for his trouble. Remember, Munchie taking that initial timer to go bot lane, and that let Music counterpunch in mid. I think a much-needed kill for Hoarder, who is starting to open up a bit of a lead for himself, and just anything to slow down Samikin, because Shochi has been taking some punishment in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, the CS differential favoring Samikin right now, as Mel just so obnoxious to try and lane against for a variety of champions, and even for something like Shochi's Azir, you can tell the impact that it has had. Blue Otter still ahead in gold, yet to have taken this dragon since they've done some extended sequences, but now Munchie, recognizing that Hoarder's starting to pull away with a lead, wants to make sure that he can stop it in its tracks, but nice ward in that Pixel Brush spots him coming, and the wave is stacking up in Hoarder's favor that he can collect, so he's not in any danger of missing out on too much XP.
Munchie's spending a lot of time to look to gank these lanes. Some of them have worked, but some of them have not, and he is falling behind the curve on Music pretty significantly, who is well on his way to clearing down towards this bottom side. Maybe you can even look to pressure in towards the river. Going to be difficult with the state of his mid and bottom lane, but Would like to see Music continuing to invest his time trying to ensure that his carries are able to scale into this game.
On a champion like Sejuani, it might not be the end of the world, but that being said, Music does have now a window to make this Thunder Sky accelerated purchase so massive and turning around the state of the game that it could be one where Munchie then later regrets having spent so many timers dropping camps and his own resources just to make sure that his laners are set up for success. So it's one that we're going to have to keep track of on how well the investment actually pays off for both junglers.
It is going to be Blue Water, though, making their way onto the Dragon. So ultimately getting that objective in the end, just a few minutes delayed.
First Dragon picked up. Blue Water now have some scaling on their side. Music is covering Hoarder on this potential push for the turret. Will there be a dive? Music has picked up Thunder Sky. He is insanely strong. Orianna, oh, this face check could be deadly. Orianna forced to pop the dominance, but he's knocked out by the 3 Talon strike. Hoarder easily cleans it up. Credit to Music for being able to set it up, but Levitate attacked again by Munchie on the bot side. This time, Barrier and a Flash does allow him to escape the pressure. Blue Water bot lane will be able to push this wave in, get some more plates for themselves, but Supernova starting to roll ahead on the top side of the map.
Echoes of game 1 mark. A really creative gank angle there on the lane gank from Music. Catches out Orianna. Second kill for Hoarder. And just like game 1, Blue Water goes bot lane. They're going to deny a lot of farm here from Levitate, but they don't get the kill. So a trade up from Supernova, keeping things very competitive.
Hoarder was massive in the first game of the series with the Rek'Sai, and Supernova trying to... Oh, Music is attacking mid!
Looks like Samikin had to flash out. That's really big. That's a flash down from Mel for second Dragon.
Oh.
But also, this wave state is terrible.
Oh, and Psycho has the repeat potential looking for the wall. Oh, but nice
Close.
Use of the E from Samikin to stop Psycho in his tracks.
And the wave will crash as well. So it looks like it's just going to be a reset from everybody. While all that was happening, Hoarder got a full tower. That was first brick for Supernova. So...
he is massive.
Definitely a pretty massive play on the top side. And bot lane definitely not going according to plan for Supernova, but Hoarder has a 2,000 individual gold advantage. This was the lane that I highlighted from the draft as being the most important, Mark. I said that Hoarder has got to be big on this chase. It's happening.
Yumu's Ghostblade already completed, packs a lot of punch behind these accelerated shock blasts, and anytime he expends his full melee form combo. Blue Water continuing to attack the bottom lane. Zyko's the only one that is defending it for now. Music hovering just to make sure that there's no real dive that commences. So Music just trying to use his power as much as he can to leverage some safety back into his bot lane that has been under pressure this entire game.
Blue Otter smells blood in the water, though. Munchie knows that if he just hovers on this side of the map, allows his bot lane to just continue pushing, continue working plates down. Levitate doing a good job of dodging out on a lot of the poke at least, so he can stand in and collect that wave. Psycho, though, can't really say the same. He's been taking a beating.
Hoarder's got to be a little careful, though. Munchie, now finally spotted by the Phallites there, will be able to get control of this top River Crab. However, he's basing on a ward. Okay, Orianna might get jumped on. Shochi tries to collapse in first as well. Samikin is there for some peel, but he can't get in range. Shochi cuts him off on the Flash Emperor's Divide right on top of Orianna. Munchie, the Glacial Prison goes wide. There's a trade back from Samikin with the power of that ultimate onto Music's head, but the damage has been done. Supernova. Oh, bot lane getting super interesting as well. Spawn and Rovex super low on HP, and Zyko and Levitate have the push.
This might be the first time in this lane that I've seen Levitate with an HP advantage. That's massive for Supernova. 2 kills, another one for Hoarder and Shochi picking one up as well. Always the question when you get first brick for your top laner, you invest that many resources in a guy, how can they pay back the team? Hoarder making the move down from top lane in a terrible base from Orianna. Gets heavily punished. from SN, and they are now the ones with the 1,000 gold advantage. That could just be the domino, as even in bottom lane, the lead is shrinking.
Spawn used to have a solid 1,000 gold advantage, but Levitate and Zyko off that push climbs a couple hundred back into their pockets for their own sake. Zyko's trying to work on that Rod of Ages, which will be a nice item just to have in this kind of champion that is just trying to rage bait with your walls and be a nuisance in these team fights. But Levitate now having Hex Optics online gives Caitlyn a little bit more leverage in this mid game, and Music, while going down in that fight, still very, very strong on the Rift here with the Sunder Sky. He's going to use his pressure now to try and look for the Rift Herald while Munchie's on the other side of the map.
Blue posturing around this. I would like to see Ariana just go collect top wave. I don't think there's really any play for this Herald. Good move here from Supernova to pick up another neutral objective. Munchie just going to try to start stacking these dragons. Pings onto the top side, though, as Supernova could maybe try to fast play with his Herald to try to get a tier 2 for Shochi. That would be a lot of money.
Yeah, Blue Water looking for the second dragon. Not necessarily a fast Drake stacking condition either. We're looking at like maybe a 26 soul if the next 2 dragons are taken on time. Rift Herald was not deployed on top. It was just a quick cover for Music while Shochi got that wave in, is based, and now heading his way towards the bottom side of the map. Supernova with a very small but noticeable 2,000 gold advantage, all mostly thanks to Hoarder in this Jace.
2.6 thousand, the individual gold lead in his pockets. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money that Hoarder is up. So far, he's translated it very well, but again, Jay's such a volatile pick. It's not something like the Rek'Sai where you can just get in the middle and be a meatball everywhere. There's always the meme, NA Jace, right? Can you get ahead and also manage to carry on it later? We saw a great game from Denethor last week where he was able to do that. Want to see Hoarder do exactly the same thing.
Samikin has teleport available. Rovex gets pushed out of the jungle. Munchie on the collapse. Is there any teleport wards that Blue can look for? Not really. Munchie tries to look for Levitate. Good flash. Dodges out in the Glacial Prison. No chance for Supernova to make a counterattack.
Big Flash is burned, though. To be honest with you, I think I would rather have Nico Flash than Caitlyn Flash, so I don't think you're too upset about that if you're Supernova.
Supernova trying to use their pressure still to just push into Munchie's jungle, see if there's any other camps that he can be denied from. We'll say that while Munchie was dropping a lot of resources early on, he's been able to at least pick up some of those resources back for himself. He's got the Heartsteel stacking. I usually would prefer Protoplasm just because it's so gold efficient and it's so cheap and allows you to get to your second item faster as a tank jungler. That being said, Sejuani health scaling does pair really nicely with the raw amount of HP you just get from Heartsteel, so I don't hate it. It also allows Munchie to be just as aggressive and kind of not a true damage carry, but it's not damage you can just be like, oh yeah, exactly.
You definitely can't just ignore him. I always am alarmed whenever I'm playing squishy champions and a tank walks up and slaps me for 25% of my HP as Heartsteel. I'm like, all right, well, that was sick.
Boom.
Awesome sound. Dopamine.
Yeah.
Dopamine on the sound. This game, though, Mark, it's actually slowed down quite a bit. A lot of action in the early stages, but as the map is starting to open up, these teams playing fairly risk-averse, mostly just trading waves back and forth, trying to open up the map. Hoarder, though, he's got a big shutdown.
Yes, Flash, and a teleport is coming in from Shochi, and they're going to now look for the fight. This could be it. What sets apart the rest of the momentum for the fight? Ariana is already chunked out. Rovex is forced to flee. Can't even look for a Pop Blossom follow-up because it's a 5 versus 4. A lot of big damage poke from Samikin. Forces Supernova back, and the Glacial Prison stops Shochi from looking for a follow-up engage. Unless
still prodding Shochi and on Sammy.
Flash comes out, strong Samikin, and Shochi follows up with the Golden Emperor's Defied. Samikin gives his life. It's a shutdown that goes into Munchie's pockets, but Levitate gets paid with the double. Could look for for a triple. Munchie tries to flash away, but Music is right on top of him. One more on attack. It's Zyko that gets paid. Drops the egg passive from Spawn, but Supernova win big on the bottom side of the map.
And on the extension, Hoarder TP's top. He's gonna pay himself with the tier 2 tower. And for so long. And now it's Supernova, 5,000 gold into the lead. Right bang on 20 minutes. That might just be the fight that opens things up. It's Shochi that finds it off of the teleport. That's going to be your precision play by Philips Norelco One Blade. Up to this point, it had already been 1 for 0. But in the extension, Blue Water, they just stick around too long. I don't understand Rovex and Sammy staying for that. They end up losing 3 more kills. That is so much gold to Supernova. I mean, you saw it. Munchie and Spawn, they had already backed away. I think that's just a huge mistake.
Must have been a miscommunication in how far they could stay on that play. Now, Blue Water trying to redeploy back on the field, take control of the topside river before this Baron becomes something of the works for Supernova to play for. But Minion Wave is in control of Supernova. Dragon is about to spawn in 12 seconds. And Blue Water are not in position to follow up on their Drake stacking. Looking for Zyko. He flashes away from the Glacial Prison, and Rovex uses the Pop Blossom. Doesn't find anyone there. Supernova still have some tools to be able to find and force another fight, while Shochi returns to the bot side and picks up another turret for himself.
Very well played from Supernova. Yes, they lose the flash off of their support, but they retain all of their ultimates. And Shochi, they were just buying time for him to push in this bottom side. He's able to get a tower and easy dragon play now that 2 of the key engage ultimates were down. So very well done. Blue Water kind of getting goaded into a fight, but they had the numbers. I think it makes sense to look. Supernova just outplaying them in the disengage.
And it's so good for Levitate to be able to pick up a couple of those kills in that last fight that we saw. Infinity Edge also now online, allows this Caitlyn to be able to pressure with some meaningful damage in these fights so that Blue Water can no longer ignore Levitate. Shochi might be in trouble. Oh, does he know? Oh,
I don't
only spots the Tribush.
There's no Glacial Prison yet. He's not that easy to pick here.
Has no flash is my only concern, but looks like Ariana didn't believe in the pick and didn't want to give it
development. Yeah. Honestly. Shochi from like 2 weeks ago dies on that bot wave.
Real.
I also thought the same initially when he TP'd into that earlier play. Not going for the 4-man Emperor's Divide and the choke point. Like, I think it was correct not to send it because you probably just get counter-ulted by Nico and Sejuani and you're very sad.
Yeah.
And obviously Patience ended up paying off because they got 3 more kills later, but...
Yeah.
So we're seeing some serious restraint from Shochi, a player that has not always been synonymous with that word, but she missed again.
And Levitate didn't even have to burn flash this time. It was just a simple 90 caliber net that gets away from the engaged look from Blue Water.
And I'm going to be honest, like, those are not all going to land for Munchie. They're opportunistic looks, but you got to hit some of these, right? And Levitate walking away from yet another one. It just feels so bad when Blue Water's at this deficit now. There's a Baron play, a lot of damage.
Supernova forced off the Baron since Hoarder had to use his flash to get out of Blue Water. Shochi TPing in the middle of multiple members here, but he just shifts on over back to his team side. Music disengages with the Crescent Guard. Munchie still no Glacial Prison, can always look for an Arctic Assault, but there's no flash to extend the engage range on it, so it is very short-lived for Blue Water. They kite back into their jungle quadrant, and Blue Water, all they can do is just push them off any other resources they can find.
Bit of a wonky setup for Supernova. Blue Water going to consolidate on the mid lane. Able to take a very important mid lane tier 1 tower to try and open things up just a little bit, and critically the Baron also denied.
24 minutes in, Hawk, and while Supernova still have this massive gold advantage on their side, the way that some of these looks have paved out, something tells me I'm still not certain that this game is definitively in Supernova's grasp yet. Yes, it's a massive gold advantage, but it's all on Hoarder, who just burned his flash. If Hoarder's not careful, and Blue Water are able to sync up at the right time and get this massive punish, that's a window where your effective gold advantage for Supernova is no longer present on the map.
And let's not forget that compositionally, Blue Otter, they're the only ones with the true tank on their side. They have the range advantage, lots of poke, as we do talk about approaching these later objectives. And Supernova has not done too much to accelerate the game. Yes, they've taken 4 towers, but only 1 dragon. And their Baron attempt was very quickly thwarted by Blue Otter just a couple minutes ago. So I agree with you. Yes, their gold lead is large, but it is... This game is not over. Not even close.
Yeah. Definitely seems like that bottom lane fight should have been enough momentum for Supernova to just start kind of coast. Oh, Levitate dodges out on another Glacial Prison, forced to pop the flash, still has a barrier available. And unfortunately, the engage attempt does not connect from Munchie. It's a flash from Music to try and close the distance onto Munchie, and now he's in trouble, pinned by the wall. The punishment is so damn great from Supernova. Hoarder just went in. Shutdown goes over to Samikin. Gets paid, but now Shochi's looking for a follow-up on the spawn. Forced to flash and shift away. Shochi in the middle of all of it just goes for a flash Emperor's Divide to try and extend the fight.
What is happening?
It's only Music, Psycho, and Levitate that can follow up with the play, but Rovitz and Samikin are able to get back to safety. This game has gone off the rails.
It's League of Throws now. That was a bad miss on the Levitate. I cannot even fathom what Levitate was thinking face checking the river there, and he somehow is allowed to walk away with his life. But Hoarder, at the same time, deep TPs, trying to make the collapse happen, but brother, you're playing Jace. He threw away his massive bounty. Samikin ends up picking up a double. Samikin and Spawn do both lose Flash in the sequence in trade for Shochis and Zycos. Dragon now on the map, a Pyrrhic victory on both sides. I guess you can say Blue Otter won because they got the shutdowns, but I mean, yeah, this game's off the rails.
The Game 3 tensions are at an all-time high here, Hawk. And for Supernova, while losing this series doesn't necessarily boost them out of playoffs like it does for Blue Otter, Music is taking way too much damage. Crescent Guard must be used. Supernova are going to have to back this one off. Good use of the McHales by Zyko to cleanse Hoarder out of the stun. But yeah, Blue Otter should be able to get this dragon and put themselves on Soul Point.
Samikin found Music with a full combo and just absolutely shredded his health bar. 2.5 items on this Mel. This should be Dragon Soul Point. And despite all their gold, Supernova struggling to close out this game. And I do not like this. Music is at least back to full HP, but Blue Water knows this is happening. They're only just now hitting the Baron. Shochi burns through it very quickly, though.
They're gonna, yeah.
Okay.
It's not real. Supernova tried to see if they could at least bait it and get like a pick off of some other members here from Blue Otter, but it's not fast enough, and none of the members from Blue Otter really put themselves in a compromising position. So Blue Otter being able to play out that scenario as safe as possible, now put themselves at Soul Point with the Chemtech Dragon coming up in 4.5 minutes time. And like we said, the majority of the gold advantage for Supernova still remains in Hoarder's pockets. But Ariana, despite being far behind in the individual matchup, can still play Renekton. He can still be a meat shield for a bit with Hysteric's Gauge and absorb a lot of pressure in these fights and still be providing an impact here.
Some really big item spikes coming through on the most recent resets. Levitate hitting his Lord Dominic's Regards, becoming a true 3-item Caitlyn. You've also got Spawn on that Endless Hunger and Samikin very close to Rabadon's Death Cap. You have to think once those items start to come through, I think the scaling for Blue Otter really looking to start coming online here. And Supernova, I'm getting to the territory where I think they're going to have to start outplaying in some of these fights because Blue Otter is just going to have the health bars and the damage to start brute forcing and taking space.
Psycho's got to be careful. Munchie shows himself over the wall. No flash on this Anivia, but he just cleanses it with the McHales. And Munchie still no flash available. Now he's been completely caught.
Whoa.
Another great punish from Supernova. Teleport came in from Shochi, I believe, just to make sure that he could join the play. And there's no jungler on the side of Blue Otter. Supernova might just try and force Blue Otter in this Baron Goad, but we'll see if Blue Otter even want to take it.
I mean, they do still have all their poke alive. They should at least try to play it. Still such good range, but Levitate setting up the trap line, not going to allow this Mel in. That's rebuttal used.
Levitate down to 50% HP. Decent chunk onto Zyko. 6,000
He can't
HP.
get in.
Rovex tries to look for an angle. He has Flash and he has Pop Blossom available. It's going to be up to a turn. Music goes. Tries to stop him. Decent Pop Blossom, but no real follow-up. And the smite from Music secures the Baron. Now Blue Water on the run. The flash from Music goes for the 3-talent strike. Knocks up Samakin and Shoche slams him back down. Ariana gonna be next. Hoarder finishes him off, and the true shot barrage from Spawn is not enough to cake and revenge kill for Blue Otter as Spawn finds himself on the run. The only member on this Summoner's Rift to have not died this entire game might just be dealt his first death unless he can find an escape here. He is buying a lot of time for Blue Otter, but Supernova are just wailing on the base.
I don't think it's gonna be an end, but an inhibitor could potentially go down. That's gonna be a Nivea egg. Spawn.
Oh,
Still
he tried to
kiting
flash
this
over
out.
the wall. Wind becomes lightning for another slow.
One more E.
Denies the
Shift?
honey fruit there. My
Oh.
goodness. The rundown finally completed. And Music will be the beneficiary of that kill. Supernova now with an overwhelming 11,000 gold advantage, putting Blue Otter on their last steps in the regular season of NACL.
I mean, Blue Otter, they decided that Baron was where they wanted to sell the game, and I don't know if that was it. They didn't have their jungler. Levitate and Zyko were doing an amazing job of preventing Blue from really getting into that fight. Rovex went for broke, but you have to wonder if Blue could have given the Baron and maybe just tried to defend. That all starts from a great outplay from Zyko with the McHales on the Glacial Prison. Even then, though, opportunistic for Munchie, but that's all in the past. It's all about the present now. 12,000 gold lead. That is very large, and the base getting broken into now in a second place.
There's one more chance. Munchie and Ariana were looking for a flank, but they immediately suss out Ariana and force him out, popping Hysteric's Gauge.
Oh, they know. They know Munchie's here.
The sound effect connected. Yeah, that tips them off
this
and
is
allows
triple
Supernova to know. Yeah, they are pushing in through all three waves. Hoarder on bot, Shochi on top, the rest of Supernova through mid. Munchie is forced to reset and try and look for an engage from the crumbling base. Great Crescent Guard usage. Punts Rovex away. Pop Blossom denied. Munchie forced to flash away, and Shochi looks for the four-man divide. A rebuttal stops it in its tracks, and he's forced to flash away, but it's cleansed by the McHales, and the rest of Supernova can do no wrong. At this stage of the game, Blue Water are eliminated for playoff contention, and Supernova clinch theirs.
Supernova able to claw it out at the end of it all. Blue Water, they got so close. But it wasn't enough. But it wasn't enough. Some miscues in the later stages really coming back to haunt them. And Hoarder going nuclear on the Jace for another big carry performance. The rest of the team rallying around him. Good patience in some of the fights. Mark, that was a banger. That was a good series.
Yeah.
And it's just a shame that Blue Otter, it comes so late in their season. You know, that's one, if they have that in week 2, week 3, we say, oh, that's really something to build on. But now they're 1-8. They're out of the playoffs. And they, 1-7. They're 1-7. They're out of the playoffs. And they no longer are able to control their own destiny for promotion either. They are relying on somebody else. Dorado. They need Dorado to lose out. They need to win their match against Conviction to end the season. And that's that.
Definitely not the way that Blue Otter had envisioned their season panning out, especially with the very first week pop-off that we got from them against Dorado Gaming. But it seemed like Blue Otter was not able to recover fast enough. And for Supernova, definitely had some question marks about their second game in the series. The draft obviously did not have any real tanks for them to kind of hide behind for their backline, and there's a lot of great punishes from Blue Otter. Even if the engages were super deep, it did not matter. And Blue Otter recognized that and punished greatly, and it forced Supernova to adapt and play a lot less complacently, and allowed them to show up for the series win in this game 3. You can see that there's an inkling of hope for Blue Otter off of the bot lane visits, off of the bot lane advantages where Levitate and Zyko didn't successfully convert this draft for them as a winning lane, the fact that they lost early, it really was kind of the shining hope for Blue Otter's chances for playoffs.
It really was. I want to give a lot of credit to Spawn. I think I was pretty critical of how he's played so far this season, and he really locked in today after game 1. I think games 2 and 3 were excellent from him. Big attempt to carry on the Ezreal here in game 3. Obviously, didn't quite pan out, but I agree with you that really did create a win condition for Blue Otter with how well Spawn and also Rovex were able to play. I think Samikin showing us who he is in these last couple of games, playing the artillery mages to pretty devastating effect, but yeah, just not enough for Blue. It's always tough to see a fan favorite team kind of go down like this, but for Supernova, I mean, also a fan favorite team in their own right, and I mean, definitely deserving of this win. A lot of growth from them, and I think Hoarder in particular standing out for a big series. We finally got to see one, I feel like, where Shochi didn't have to be that guy. He played fine. Shochi was good, but Hoarder was great.
And I think it was even greater that Music recognized that he could play and leverage Hoarder to being a game-winning advantage. Not once, but twice in this series, both game 1 and 3. And Hoarder was able to pay off that investment well so that Supernova could finish out the series strong. He's our MVP for the series across the Rumble Jace and the Rek'Sai. Definitely the Rek'Sai stood out as a big highlight for me. And we have Hoarder in the booth with us, so I'm going to toss it over to Hawk to get a quick post-series chat with our MVP.
Yeah, let's bring Hoarder on in here, our MVP from today's match. Mr. Hoarder, bit of a banger, wasn't it?
Yep, for sure. Maybe a little closer than I would have liked, but
maybe a little bit. But man, you popped off pretty hard games 1 and game 3. What was going through your mind in game 3 when you had the Jace and all the gold was kind of in your pockets?
I mean, like, whenever I have Jace, honestly, like, I'm in my comfort zone, you know? Like, I knew that I was going to carry that game. And when they gave us the Jace on 3, I was pretty confident that we were going to win.
I love it. From Champion Select, feeling good about it. Yeah, and I mean, it looked pretty damn good. Highest damage in the game, and I do want to talk a little bit about what Bach said in the pre-match interview. He was really highlighting all of you guys for the growth that you've had over the course of this split, and he got to talk about how, you know, he's coached you every split of your NACL career. Can you speak a little bit to how you feel both the team has grown throughout the split, but then also how you feel you've been able to continue to grow as an individual?
Yeah, I mean, Bach has been with, like you said, he's been with me every single split of my NACL career. That was actually something I just realized the other day. But yeah, I think Bach has always been like a really good coach, and he's not only helpful gameplay wise, but he's very helpful in keeping everybody in check, like mentally or like physically, making sure we're good. You know, he's just genuinely a really nice person, which I think I find is very important for a coach to have, like that character trait. And he's helped us like improve a lot, because I'd say like in our team, we definitely had a rocky start, and just Bach, like, he just brings in the good vibes. He brings in, like, he addresses the issues that need to be addressed, and he's stern, but he's also very caring. So I think he's been very helpful to the improvement of our team.
Always love to hear it. Shout out to Coach Bach.
Shout
Last
out
question
Coach
I have
Bach.
for you, Hoarder. With the win today, playoffs all but secured. There is technically like one scenario where you guys could potentially get knocked out still, but more than likely with your 5th win, playoff secured. This is a place that you've been now twice already in your career. Do you have any kind of experiences or knowledge from last year that you want to bring into these higher pressure matches moving forward?
I just need to, like, honestly, it's been a lot better this split, but I find myself the last splits, you know, feeling the pressure like a lot. Very, like, especially last split, I didn't feel as much on Conviction as I did. But on Supernova, last split Supernova, I felt like the pressure very heavily, especially since we were the first seed coming into the playoffs. And then I feel like the pressure to do well, and all that riding on like our team, it kind of just makes me play worse than I usually would. So in these games, I'm trying my best to not focus on what the result will be, but just I play my best game, make sure I have a good showing, and try to be the best teammate that I can be, and not to worry about whether it's a win or a loss. Of course I care about winning, but I think that caring too much might have the opposite effect on us actually winning.
Those are the words of a seasoned veteran, man. Second year in the NACL, and it sounded pretty good. Hoarder, before I let you go, anything else you want to say to the fans? Any shout outs?
Shout out to my teammates. They played amazing today. Shout out to my coach. Shout out to my family. Shout out to all the people that's supporting me, and everybody that was watching the NACL match today to watch me, and yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Shout out to all the fans. Shout out to all the players, coaches, teammates. Hoarder, always a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of your growth. You'll be back next Wednesday against Dorado. So to everyone back home, be sure not to miss that. But I'm going to bring Rafa back in for now to finish breaking down today, where Supernova, just to recap one more time, a very nice win for them.
Yeah. Definitely got a lot closer than we expected based off of how Blue Otter was playing leading up to this series today. It was admirable that they tried to put their best foot forward, and you could tell that tensions and nerves were at an all-time high for some of their more inexperienced players, and hearts go out to them as they definitely tried their damnedest to make playoffs still a reality for them. But at the end of the day, our results show Maryville University taking the win over AMI very dominantly back-to-back, and then Supernova with a 2-1 win over Blue Otter, which now reflects our current standings at the conclusion of Week 6 and going into our last 2 weeks of the regular season, with Maryville University tied with Energy at the top, 6-1 on both of their records. CCG Supernova hotly behind them. And then there is a very interesting pool of teams that could still make a run for playoffs in these last 3-4 spots here, despite CCG and Supernova being pretty much all but guaranteed a spot into playoffs.
Yeah, so just to recap for everyone, Blue Otter AMI now eliminated. Maryville has officially clinched. So Maryville and NRG are the first 2 teams in playoffs. Blue Otter and AMI can no longer make it. Technically, CCG and Supernova are not yet safe, as either Dorado or Citadel, or sorry, excuse me, just Dorado could win 5 games and potentially knock one of them out. Very, very unlikely. CCG, Supernova, more than likely safe. And looking ahead to next week, we have on Wednesday Conviction against NRG and Dorado against Supernova. If Supernova beats Dorado, it clinches themselves and CCG. And if Conviction beats NRG, it will knock out Dorado. And it means that only Citadel, who still has a game against Winthrop and could try to tie through them, has a shot at playoffs.
And that is our next week's matches starting on day 1, Wednesday, for week 7. Energy taking on Conviction. That is going to be a super, super hype matchup to watch, but it's also one that might be way more favored to Energy now versus Conviction, where at the beginning of the season, I was kind of plotting out some of my hype must-watch matches of the regular season for the days that I'm not casting. And that was like number 1 on my ticket outside of something like MU versus Energy. Want a quick shout out though for any of the teams, as we flashed a quick QR code for anyone that wants to try and make their run into NACL. Qualifiers do start the day right after the regular season concludes, which is May 16th. But you have until now, until May 10th, to get your applications in so that you can sign up for the OQ qualifiers as well. But I want to just point out once again, Hawk, that first match, Energy versus Conviction, means so much now, because Conviction are a bit of a weird spot right now where they are underperforming to the expectations we had for them at the beginning of the regular season. And so whether they're able to make some necessary adjustments in their gameplay or any other changes we're going to still be looking at them with a very, very hard microscope and just saying, you guys need to step up your game because we know that you guys can play better. Whereas NRG just took a pretty devastating defeat against Citadel. So they also kind of need to bounce back as well.
I mean, we saw what a week off can do for Citadel and for Maryville and Conviction. They didn't play this week, so hoping they can use their bye week to good effect. And again, a bit of a must win. They do still have 3 matches left, a couple of them against easier opponents, Blue Water and Dog, Dorado coming up later. But if they, like I said, if they beat NRG and Supernova beats Dorado, they knock out Dorado in one fell swoop, and all of a sudden it's really just them, Winthrop, and Citadel still in the mix. So definitely a really good way for Conviction to improve their position in the last couple of games of this season. But that's all coming next Wednesday, same time, same place, twitch.tv/NACL. Be sure not to miss any of the action.
That's right. And on behalf of the broadcast staff and crew, myself and Hawk, the Rock Duo, thanks you so much for coming out and supporting the teams today. Make sure you do it same time next week, as like Hawk said. Until then, enjoy your weekend, y'all. See you next time. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.